So welcome everybody. Thank you. And let me just turn. How you doing? Good. See you again. Welcome again, everyone. We are here at our 2022 C-StREAM end of summer symposium. It's been a great summer. I just want to thank all of you all for traveling here and getting here safely. Missed all the different challenges that are out there today. So just going to keep it real brief and try to stay on track here as best we can. We have an agenda that's including questions and answers and statements. So if you want to write down your statements or thoughts or questions, I really encourage that because that'll really keep the discussion going well. So this is me. I'm Randy. Y'all already know me. And
yeah, so Bart Merrick, and I work for the NOAA Chesapeake Bay office with some of the folks around here, and have been kind of working closely with Randy throughout the summer to support the interns and do some organizing around the whole internship program. But yeah, we're very thankful that you all could show up in the room and that you all could show up online. And I'll just say, like, logistically speaking, for folks online, if you can't hear us at any point, please put that in the chat. I'll be keeping an eye on that and making sure that you all can see things to the best of our ability while we're here in this room. And like, same thing out here. If anybody else has any helpful hints, I'm all ears, of course. So yeah. So with that, who would want to go next? Vacation. Yeah. So thank you.
all right. So coming. Next, we have just a few remarks from Mr. Yeah, this is the sweet spot right here.
Okay. All right, that's good.
Well, hey, good morning, in person and in virtual land. I'm Sean Corson. I'm Director of NOAA Chesapeake Bay office. Great to be here with you. Today is always the intern symposium, something I'm always looking forward to. Over the past 20 years, we've probably had NCBO anyhow. We've had an intern program for about 20 years, and it has grown and matured and improved over that time. Probably the couple of ways that it's developed over that time period. First and foremost is that we partnered with the Bay program and made it a much more comprehensive program where we can, for students that are interested in anything from aquatic organisms to terrestrial issues or educational programs, things of that nature. So just put a lot more variety out there. A couple of other ways that it's really improved over the years is that when we started these things, we didn't pay anybody. There was no additional help, and that really narrowed the field of candidates that were able to come and do the program. So in an effort to get the best quality people, broadest range of people that we could get in here, we've been able to add stipends and assistance for housing or travel or that kind of thing. But probably the most important way that the program is evolved from my perspective is that initially we used to look at interns as young people who were getting started, had an interest, and it was sort of part of our responsibility as folks in leadership position to bring new people in and teach you all something. We recognized a while ago that was kind of an antiquated model, and that it's much better if we can create an environment where there's an exchange of information and a kind of a continued relationship that we can develop. And so the mentors across the program have really worked hard, instead of to set up these little isolated intern projects that are only meaningful perhaps to the intern at the time when they're there, and create projects that are integrated into the work that we do every day. Over the past 5-6 years, we've really come to rely on your work, and the stuff that you're doing over the summer is meaningfully integrated into a whole host of different projects. I mean, off the top of my head, I can say, we've used work over the past few years in strengthening our education programs by bringing data visualization in. We've had analytical projects where people have looked at benthic habitat issues that have strengthened our restoration protocols. We've had field sampling interns that have worked side by side with our field crew that have helped us put out peer-reviewed, published projects that have helped us understand the ecosystem services associated with the restoration projects that we do. So these are really meaningful contributions that you all are providing to us, and we really appreciate it. Last thing I want to say is that, you know, I don't want this relationship to end here. You obviously have established probably your firmest connection with your mentor, but speaking, you know, for myself or Randy or folks like Bill or you know, anyone who's in a leadership role that maybe you haven't interacted with as much on the day-to-day, we invite you to reach out to us, to contact us. You know, a couple years down the road, if you're thinking, hey, I want to try to get into this lab, or I want to apply to grad school, or I'm looking at this job or something like that, you know, contact your mentor, contact any one of us that are associated with the organizations that are affiliated with this program and say, hey, look, this is where I'm trying to go. Just let me remind you, I was there 3 years ago. I did this cool project. Is there something you might be able to help me with? And we've got real tangible things that we can reach back to and say like, oh yeah, this is how this work that you did over the summer made a difference. And that kind of specific project-oriented recommendation can be really helpful in advancing your career. So don't hesitate to tap into us for those things. Otherwise, I'm really looking forward to hearing more about your projects. Great to see you all, and let's get it rolling.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. So coming up next, we have our other remarks, morning remarks from virtual guest, Mr. Coleman. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a good morning. Sorry I couldn't be there today in person, but also congratulations to all the interns on a successful summer. I'm really looking forward to see what you guys have put together. A little bit of background about myself. I was part of the inaugural class of C-StREAM interns in 2018, and I'm currently a master's student at the Chesapeake Biological Laboratory. But my internship, well, I guess I'd start when I was at C-StREAM. I was an intern in the fisheries lab at Smithsonian, and I worked on a project that introduced me to acoustic telemetry. And that project actually directly led to my master's position. Now, I got data from one of the scientists who is now my current advisor during my project, and reached out to him, and we realized that we had a lot of similar research interest, and one thing led to another, and he had a master's position open and let me know. So to the point of staying in contact with your mentors and everybody in your circle, I highly recommend that. It's the reason I am the position I am now. And Circus is a great place to work, and is definitely the highlight of my undergraduate career. So I hope it was similar for you guys, and I can't wait to see what you guys have in store going forward.
All right, cool. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so what advice would you have for some of the current cohort that were some things that you kind of, you know, since your internship, which was, you know, what advice would you give to them as far as going forward into getting possibly a master's degree or doctorate degree, or continuing their work in education field?
Yeah, don't be afraid to reach out. Just echoing some of our previous speakers, don't be afraid to reach out to people that you have interacted with during your internships, whether it be briefly or closely. You never know what doors are going to open from different interactions. And I'm sure you guys are starting to figure out environmental science is a pretty small field. So everybody knows somebody and can help you, point you in the right direction. And Circus C-StREAM are overall just a great community of people that are willing to help you get to where you want to be. So if you let them know, they'll do everything that they can to help you get there.
And my last question real quick was, where do you see yourself in 3 to 5 years, or what's in the long-term goal maybe for you after where you're at right now, maybe?
Yeah, so I'm currently finishing up my master's, hoping to finish in the fall. I just accepted a position working as a contractor for NOAA on national fisheries policy and improving that in the face of climate change. So I'm going to work that job and potentially go back to school to get a PhD in the future, but we'll see after I have to finish this first degree first.
And is there anything you're looking forward to as far as seeing in today's presentation?
I think for me, it's just I have C-StREAM has a very special place. C-StREAM and CERC have a very special place in my heart. Like I said, I was part of the inaugural group of interns, so I'm really glad to see it not only continue to exist, but also to strengthen and develop and improve since I was there. And I've had the opportunity to talk to a couple of the interns this summer, so I think it's in a great spot, and I really can't wait to see how you guys are continuing to progress and move this opportunity because it is such a unique opportunity. And it does have a lot of value. And I'm just really grateful that to be a part of it and being able to continue to be involved and watch it from afar and see it to continue to develop.
Awesome, and thank you. And we've talked before, and I'm very proud of your progress and your future endeavors. So keep in touch, remain in touch, and I'll be seeing you.
Definitely.
And also one of our last year's cohort members, Delindsey DeMaz, she recently last year got accepted into Yale's environmental engineering master's program. So that was pretty cool for her. She's from Haiti and she wants to go back to Haiti to apply some of these skill sets to her country and the troubles they're having around environmental. Okay, so moving right along into the agenda, which I think the first person on the.
Do you want to offer people an opportunity to just introduce themselves maybe in the chat and then maybe a quick, I know it's a little awkward because we're some virtual and some not, but maybe just quickly, if people can just drop, your name in the chat, where you work maybe, and yeah, and that's good. And maybe we can do just a quick around the room in here too, while that's going on, just so you can know who's sitting, next to you or across from you or behind you. And so I'm happy to start. I kind of did introduce myself. I'm Bart Merrick. I'm an education coordinator for the NOAA Chesapeake Bay office. And I help to coordinate from the NOAA side, the internship program. And so that's me. That's where I'm coming from. And
Hi, Bill Dennison, University of Maryland Center for Environmental Science. We had a great cohort of 4 global sustainability scholars this summer, and that's when we got to meet up with some of the C-StREAM folks. They sadly went back. They left a week ago tomorrow, so didn't get them into this thing. But I had such a great summer. It was so much fun having those guys, and we I think when Sean's talking about, before it used to be mentors telling interns what to do, it's, interns telling mentors what to do. It was really a two-way thing. We got so much out of it. So I love this program and I'm looking forward to the talks.
CJ,
Yes, CJ Pellerin. I'm with the NCBO office.
I'm Taylor Giordano. I'm also with NCBO. I'm an operations manager, Chesapeake Bay Interpretive Buoy System.
Sean Corson, NCBO.
Jeremy Hansen with Chesapeake Research Consortium. I coordinate the water quality goal team at the Bay program.
Melissa Fagan, also with Chesapeake Research Consortium, and I coordinate the environmental management career development program. So interns, send you a link. Look at that if you're looking for work in the environmental management field. It's a good opportunity.
I'm Max. I work in the NOAA NCBO office.
I'm Kevin Chavo. I'm with NOAA Chesapeake Bay office. I'm the deputy director, and back in the day, I did actually coordinate the Chesapeake internship program before Bart took over.
I'm Katie. I'm the data visualization intern.
I'm Bianca. I'm the intern for the diversity work group.
I'm Anna. I'm the field intern for NOAA Chesapeake Bay office.
I'm Katie. I'm an environmental economics intern working at the Pearl, the Protects and Environmental Aquatic Research Laboratory.
Hello, everyone. My name is Aaron Jackson. I'm a summer intern here at the Pro, studying trash distribution and across the river.
Talking trash.
Randy Robin, Director and Coordinator, C-StREAM program. I'm also the chair of the City of Annapolis Environmental Commission, first African-American to host that post. Father too.
Hi everyone, I'm Abu Karanjum with the Protection Environmental Aquatic Research Laboratory, Morgan State University.
I don't think I've ever heard anybody do the whole title. I just hear Pearl.
Now you know what it means.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I'm Jessica. I'm also at the Pearl as an intern on the aquaculture.
I'm Kayla. I'm also with the Pearl with the aquaculture team.
I'm Amanda Knobloch. I'm the education coordinator at the Morgan State Pearl, and these are my interns for the summer.
And I'm Brownie Yancey. I work at the EPA Chesapeake program office, and I'm Bianca's mentor.
Well, thank you all for being willing to go around the room. Thank you all online. I know you can't see me, but thank you all online for introducing yourselves in the chat. And I think with that, we could probably get started, right?
Cool.
And so the presentations are in. Because Marcelina's up first. And so while Randy's finding that, like Marcelina, I don't know if you can, in a second, if you can turn your camera on and say hello, but Marcelina was the environmental literacy intern for the NOAA Chesapeake Bay office this summer, and I am like hugely grateful and very thankful for having had the opportunity to work with her this summer. She's totally been one of those like Bill was saying, like Sean was saying, like I got some ideas, I'm gonna roll with them, and like we've really enjoyed kind of working alongside her. I have to admit, like right now, I know Marcelina is actually calling in from probably one of my favorite places in the world, the Karen Noonan Center down in Bishop's Head, Maryland, on the lower eastern shore of Dorchester County, where she just finished up a week-long workshop with some amazing teachers from around the Chesapeake Bay region. And so I'm psyched you're able to call in from there, Marcelina, and share. So it looks like, is that feeling good? So Marcelina, we've got your presentation queued up here. So if it works for you, we can flip through that for you, and hopefully you can see it on your screen. Can she see it?
I can.
Okay, you know what? I think maybe we'll just let Marcelina present her own, like the virtual people can present their own. Yeah. And so if it works for you, Marcelina, if you could just share your screen and we'll get that up for everybody in the room.
Sure, I can try and pull it up right now.
Okay, cool.
I have to stop sharing. Yeah. So start.
Actually, if somebody could give me access to sharing, that would be great too.
All right, where are you? Guys, 1 second. Sorry, Marcelina.
All good.
Go to participants.
Try this thing. I'm going to do it on my computer.
I got it.
All right, you got it. Yeah, I think. And I'll go through, I'll make all the other virtual people co-hosts right now too. And Marcelina, you should have permissions coming your way right now too.
I do believe I see it. Perfect. I'm going to share a window. All right.
Yep.
Can everybody see that on their end?
We can. Yep.
Awesome. Okay.
Also, I requested access for that image sound, I guess. So,
okay. Let me see if we can, we'll figure it out. Okay. So like Bart said, I am Marcelina Lewis. I am the environmental literacy intern for NOAA Chesapeake Bay office. And this summer I've been working on a number of projects with environmental literacy and data visualization. I'm actually calling in from one of the environmental literacy conferences that we host here down in Bishop's Head on the Eastern Shore for teachers on the estuary, which I'll talk a little bit about in this presentation. But as a caveat to that, if I do sound a little bit choppy, somebody let me know and I'll try and switch things around and hopefully, the Wi-Fi will stay with me. All right. So a little bit about me. I'm in my second year at Washington College, which is a really small school on the Eastern Shore of Maryland. I'm majoring in environmental science. And I was kind of drawn to this internship because I wanted to kind of learn more about what it's like to work in the environmental field. I've always known that I wanted to end up in the environmental field, but it's such a broad field that I didn't know exactly where. So part of this internship was me trying to figure that out. And part of it was also, I've been lucky enough to receive a whole lot of environmental education through like Chesapeake Bay program and all different programs operating in Maryland during my K through 12 education. And I kind of wanted to see what the behind the scenes was like for like how those programs were created and how that material got to students. As far as postgraduate, I'm still not entirely sure where I want to end up, but definitely something environmental, and I've got some time to explore that. So this year, or this summer rather, there were a number of conferences that I assisted in planning and executing several projects for. All of them were aimed at providing professional development for both teachers and informal environmental educators operating in the Mid-Atlantic. The first of those conferences was the Climate Gen Mid-Atlantic Cohort Day. And then we had the Mid-Atlantic Climate Change Education Conference, which will be referred to as MACE. And then the one that I'm currently at right now, which is Teachers on the Estuary, and we call that one TOTE. So the Mid-Atlantic or Cohort Day for Climate Gen, I was tasked with creating a presentation that focused on culturally responsive teaching and anti-racism teaching, and basically provide resources that the teachers could look at and facilitate discussion about those topics. So the presentation went really well. We had, I want to say, probably about 27 educators on for that one, and the presentation was well received. Educators engaged with the material, asked questions, shared reactions, and really the presentation was meant to get people thinking, and it did that quite well. This is a screenshot from the day. It was a virtual conference, so everybody was online, but we had really good engagement, all things considered. The next conference was MACE, for which I was tasked with creating a kind of resource. We weren't quite sure what it was going to be at first, but it was a resource that should hold all sorts of climate-focused books and teaching materials that organized by grade bands that educators could use and look at and add to when they were trying to teach climate change in their classrooms. So I ended up creating a mural board, which is like a type of online program that kind of operates somewhat like a Jamboard, but a little bit different, with climate books and videos and other resources, both for educators and then for elementary, middle, and high school students. During the conference, we had over half of the people on the conference, so about 75, I would say, interacted with the mural board during the allotted time. They offered suggestions and endorsements of books that were currently on the board, suggestions for more books to be added in the chat, and also some music suggestions that were recorded and saved for later and then shared with the educators. So here we go. This is a clip of all the different mouses that you see of different educators who were clicking around on the mural board. Each of the book covers and video blocks were hyperlinked to the resource so that educators go straight to the Amazon site or straight to the site of whoever created that book. Like All We Can Save, they have their own website. So I hyperlinked directly to there. They could read more, they could buy the book if they wanted to, they could watch the videos, all those sorts of things to, interact with the climate education material. So for TOTE, Teachers on the Estuary, one of my main jobs was helping with mapping data points collected during our first day's field investigation. This field investigation was focused on studying how the shoreline of this area, the Karen Noonan Center, which is a CBF center, has changed over time. And I did that using ArcGIS. We also ended up mapping the shoreline of Holland Island, which I have a map of in the next slide. And it showed some pretty drastic shoreline change, which was really, really interesting to see. A little bit sad, but very interesting. Part of this conference was also helping the teachers incorporate social and emotional learning into their education, into their STEM education, and help them kind of think of social and emotional learning, SEL, and environmental education, not as two separate things, but as something that could cooperate and flow together. So this was the map that I was able to create, that we did using data points and historical map lines for Holland Island, which is an island that used to have a community on it, but has since kind of been swallowed up by the bay, as many of our islands are. If you look,
Oh, no. We'll give her a second here. I'll chat her and just say like.
Maybe she should turn the camera on.
Yeah. Oh, well, there it is.
which is better seen on the left, is historic data between 1904 and 1945. So the island has shrunk drastically, and having gone there by boat and seen it, it is really something to see the way that the tide just comes in and swallows up so much land.
Hey, Marcelina, real quick, I think you
Sure.
got a little disconnected for a second and it stopped sharing your screen. So we can bring it up on this side if you want, or you can go back.
Hang on, I'll try and reshare right quick.
Okay, yeah.
Can you guys see that now?
Yeah, we can. And if you want to turn your camera off or something like that to work the bandwidth thing, feel free.
Yeah, I'll do that first. Okay. Are we back to seeing the slideshow?
Yep, we got it back up. Thank you.
Beautiful. Okay. Shall I repeat myself on the slide or continue?
Yeah, I don't.
No, you good. Yeah, go ahead, continue.
All right. Okay. So this was the Holland Island shoreline mapping thing that we did for Toad. Showed drastic change. So one of the big pictures for the environmental literacy impact was, you know, with each conference that we did and with each of the materials that we created, it was really thinking about, this is meant for the teachers, right? This is meant for the educators, but it also does affect the students that they teach. It has a broader implication. So, you know, focusing these professional development experiences, you know, for the teachers, they were meant for the teachers, but also creating resources that could be directly translated to the classroom and to wherever non-formal educators are educating. My second ongoing project for the summer was mapping BWET data, which stands for Bay Watershed Education Teaching, I do believe, grant data using GIS. So updating the BWET database with the new final reports information, which was information from grants coming in the past couple of years, and adding that data into the existing BWET database, and then using that to be able to visualize it in ArcGIS Pro. We ran into some road bumps through this project, and the existing database was found it needed some work. It wasn't formatted in a way that was conducive to being able to be used in the future. So what ended up happening is that I was able to connect with the help of Bart and my mentors with different NOAA offices to collaborate in creating a more efficient version of the database that will continue to be useful in the future so that analytics can be run on it and it can be mapped and visualized in a way that is clear, concise, and efficient. So finally, the competency that I feel like I'm most focused on this summer was knowledge synthesis and systems thinking. In my environmental literacy work, this really came through when creating resources and thinking about how they would serve people from a variety of backgrounds and knowledge levels when it came to educators, and also thinking about how to create resources that diverse students would look at and still be able to understand and feel seen by. In the GIS, this came through an understanding that, you know, the database had to work for more than just me. It had to be able to live on past the term of my internship, and, you know, creating a database that would be able to be used and easily updated in the future. It would give it a wider range of uses, and it would make it just like all around easier and better to visualize data with. So are there any questions?
So just as a heads up, like as a format for each one of these presentations, like we've kind of like put it around 10 minutes of a presentation, then we do have like 5 minutes available for questions or conversation around that. So just know that that's the deal moving forward. And if you want to drop questions in the chat, I'll be happy to kind of like pick those up and offer them like verbally, or you can come off mute if you wanted to. And then in the room, anybody is welcome to as well. And I'll kind of happily start this off, but so like Marcelina, I think one of the things that was really interesting about like your experience like in school, like having worked in a career and technical education program in Baltimore County, and then on the Teachers on the Estuary program in the MACE conference, and then in the Climate Generation workshop. I mean, you're working with teachers kind of in the behind the scenes professional learning thing. And I was just wondering, like, in some of the interactions that you had with people, like, what were maybe some of the insights for the kinds of support that you were able to offer the teachers that you worked with, or the kind of things that you maybe saw as needs, having, you know, being not too far from graduating from high school, right? And moving into
Absolutely. College. Yeah, it was a really interesting experience to be able to work so closely with educators, because I don't really feel far removed from high school at all. And it was interesting to see, like, you know, coming out of the pandemic, obviously everybody is strained and everybody's been working overtime. So one of the things that I saw was the need for like things to be made as streamlined as possible for educators, you know, especially when it came to TOTE and thinking about like how can they incorporate MeWEs, which is meaningful watershed education experiences, into their classrooms and make it not feel like something extra. I felt like that was such an important thing to focus on, even too when creating resources that educators could use, making sure that it was something easy to use, making sure that it was something they could translate, and also focusing on diversity in all its forms when it came to creating resources for education, and even thinking about the way that education is going to move forward in the future, making sure that environmental education feels accessible to a wide range of people from a wide range of backgrounds is so important, and is one of the things that I really felt like got highlighted this summer for me in my work.
Thank you. Any other question?
Got a question over here.
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry, thank you. What's going on, Amanda?
So I was just wondering, you mentioned at the beginning, a big part of this internship was trying to figure out where you wanted to fit in the field of environmental science. So do you feel like this is something you would consider for a future career, or are you still kind of looking?
I really appreciate the education aspect of like the environmental field. I don't know if it's something that I would want to do like as a profession for a long period of time, but I do feel like there's so much important work that needs to be done here. I wouldn't mind spending some time here. But I also think that even though like I still haven't really figured out where I want to land in the environmental field, having the opportunity to be in meetings and network with so many different people who've had so many different paths to the environmental field has given me a lot of insight onto kind of just what's out there. So I don't know, for the future, I'm looking to try as many different things as possible, because I strongly believe that knowing what you like is just as valuable you know, and as knowing what you don't like. So trying as much as possible can really help you do that. So I'm not entirely sure where I'll land yet, but I do feel like this was an experience I needed to have and one that was like super valuable for me.
Great. Thank you very much. Mark. Is that it?
Yeah. Thank you,
Mark, there's a question from the chat.
Appreciate it.
Oh, there were? Oh, gosh, thank you.
Thanks.
Um,
Thanks, Ann.
Yeah, good catch. Let me see. Oh, yeah, so, Marcelina, there is a question in the chat from Elise. Were there any products that you worked on that you think will inform your next steps or help, oops, dang it. Where'd it go? Or help to hone areas that you are working to explore further. You can probably see that just as well as I can read it.
Yeah, I can see that. Okay, that's it. I feel like I'm going to carry a lot of this internship forward into just other areas of, I don't know, I'm going to stay in the environmental field. So I feel like everything that I did was relevant. I definitely think that the GIS will be one of the things that I carry forward the most. Just understanding like how a database needs to function and how like data needs to be translated, and thinking just like the way that you have to think about how you want to organize data and how you want to show specific things is so important. So I think that's one of the things that I'll definitely carry forward and just like informing my next steps of, you know, what I'm going to do, because GIS is the future, you know, it's not going to go away. And then some things that helped hone areas that I want to explore in the future. I think that my education work kind of really helped hone like the way that I think about how diversity needs to be included, and then just having compassion for other people. And I think that compassion is something that carries forward into everything you do. So that's something that'll definitely continue on for me.
Cool.
All right.
Great questions. Thank you. So next up, I think we're going to bring up Jackson Martingale, who is another NOAA Chesapeake Bay intern that was working to support a lot of our climate work. And Jackson, if you're cool, man, if you can go ahead and share your screen, and I'm going to pin you so everybody can see you, and we'll test your audio. I guess that's a good idea. Test. We got you.
Awesome.
Sounds like you're in a church.
Yeah, this room's kind of echoey.
That's great. All right, and we can see your slides and hear you loud and clear. That's great.
Awesome. So my project this summer was coastal resilience tools, a review of them. So I am a rising senior at LSU, and I am a track athlete and also an undergraduate researcher. I do a lot of work with mangrove trees at LSU, and I was interested in this internship because after kind of tasting going off of what Marcelina said about experiencing many different things, I had spent some time doing research, and I wanted to look more at the policy and planning side of restoration, and I knew this internship would give me experience in that. So this project links up with the Climate Resiliency Work Group's Marsh Adaptation Project, specifically the top goal you see up there about connecting resilience and social vulnerability metrics for targeting marsh restoration projects. And really the goal of this project is to help kickstart the Marsh Adaptation Project. And the Climate Resiliency Work Group's project really aims to build partnerships and identify the collaborative marsh adaptation projects in the Chesapeake Bay so that marshes can continue providing the ecosystem services that they currently provide under the stress of climate change conditions. Not changing slide. There we go. And so the purpose of my project was we noticed that there are so many different resilience tools, but how do they compare and how do they determine resilience? So we wanted to know, how do these different organizations differ in the way that they define resilience? And how do they vary in their usefulness for targeting large-scale tidal marsh restoration? And these are important questions to answer before deciding which tools to use to target specific sites for tidal marsh restoration. And it's going to aid us in obtaining an improved understanding of which metrics that are important that organizations use to define resilience. So resilience tools are GIS programs that combine different sources of data into metrics to determine which areas of land are likely to be the most resilient in the face of climate change, but they frequently provide different conclusions of resilient sites based on things such as spatial resolution, incorporated metrics, methodology, and data sources. So we were trying to figure out within these, what are similar and what are different between these resilience tools. And so the tools that I analyzed were jurisdictional and regional / national in nature. The jurisdictional being Maryland's Greenprint, Conserve Virginia, and Adapt Virginia, and the regional national ones being the Nature Conservancy Resilient Lands Tool, the USGS Coastal Change Hazards Portal, the NOAA Sea Level Rise Viewer, and the Chesapeake Bay Program Restoration Targeting Combined Tools, which was under development. And so in this project, I had a process of reviewing the tools and then recording the metrics and layers in a resilience tool compilation document, identifying the sources of the data when available. And then I developed a matrix table to sort of visualize the metrics and summarize them that were included in the tools. And then finally, I wrote a simplified final report comparing the metrics across the tools. So my three main products with this project were the compilation document, the matrix table, and the final report. The compilation document was a deep dive document with extensive explanation of each tool, basically everything that I could find on it, including the agency that developed it, the point of contact in case we had questions about it, the data sources, the methodology, the limitations of the tool that I noticed, and notes regarding the development of the tool and relevance to tidal marsh restoration. The matrix tool was the first step at simplifying the compilation document, because the compilation document ended up being some 16 pages, and I wanted to visualize it. And so the matrix table was color coded with a key signifying the incorporation of a category as a metric or a data layer. And the way this works is a resilience layer includes several metrics, such as my examples there of elevation, marsh migration space, geomorphology, and tide range. Whereas individual data layers, some tools had what would have been metrics on other tools as a completely separate layer that didn't interact with the other metrics. And so when defining resilience with these tools, if you wanted to include that, the best you could do is a visual inference instead of it telling you by interacting with the other resilience layer metrics. And this is it, what that table looked like, with several different categories that I all explained, like geomorphology is the propensity of the coastline to erode based on the landform and substrate, with green being the metric being present, yellow being included as part of a separate layer, and pink I identified on a case-by-case basis. Those were special scenarios of things that were partially included. So moving on, the final report then was taking the compilation document and taking the matrix table and simplifying them into a report of my findings that was meant to be easily understood, including the sections of an overview of each tool, a comparison of the tools, discussion on the usefulness of the metrics for targeting marsh adaptation projects, and from what I could see, possible improvements to the tools. So my conclusions from this, among other things, were generally that data and methodology accessibility really lacks in some of the tools, especially the Conserve Virginia one and the CBP Restoration Targeting Combined tool, which the latter made sense somewhat because it was still under development, but it is very important that data and methodology accessibility be at a high level so that when we're trying to use these tools to target sites and when local governments are doing the same, they can tell exactly what a resilient site means to this tool. Because you don't generally want to take them just at their word. You want to look into their data. And the best tools to use really change depending on location. And this is kind of works with the spatial resolution things too, because, for example, the Nature Conservancy tool is, as I put at the bottom, it's likely to be the most consistently useful tool. However, currently they are updating it to improve the spatial resolution because currently the resolution is not all that high. You might have a kilometer block, and resilience in a marsh changes so vastly from one ridge to one low marsh area. And because of these findings, a combination of tools will be useful depending on which metrics we end up designating as the highest priority. And so in some cases, a mix of tools might be the best. Some other experiences I had this summer were attending the Chesapeake Community Research Symposium. I heard a lot of interesting talks there about very widely varying things, from including underrepresented groups in environmental restoration to mapping water clarity and the implications of that for algae blooms. And I did field work with Maryland DNR at Franklin Point State Park in Ocean City. That was a lot of fun. I've done a lot of field work in Louisiana, so it's always great to be able to get out there and get dirty in the marsh. I also attended a lot of scientific technical assessment and reporting teams meetings, and that was a good networking opportunity. Same with the climate resiliency work group meetings. And I compiled a partnership spreadsheet based on attendees at the Marsh Resilience Summit in 2019 of potential people to engage for tidal marsh restoration work. And so with the competencies, the one that I think applied most to my work was the systems thinking, which, as you see, is the ability to analyze and synthesize ideas, apply theories, and evaluate information to answer questions or solve problems with full awareness of the implications to multiple aspects of the systems being studied. And so the reason this applies to my project is because of the thorough understanding of the different ways in which organizations pulled together different data and metrics in vastly different ways to measure resilience. I would like to thank everyone who assisted me this summer, including everyone at NOAA, CRC, CBP, and Maryland DNR. And this includes my mentor, Julie Reichardt-Nguyen, Jamali Sweden, Alex Gunnarsson, Mark Merrick, Nicole Carlozo, Becky Swerda, and Randy Rowell, and many other people. So what's next for me? I plan to graduate from LSU next spring and attend law school. I have no idea where yet, and potentially start a career in environmental law. Anyone have any questions?
Thanks, Jackson. Yeah, and again, like questions in the room, please, or folks online, if you want to drop anything in the chat, you can offer that up to the group.
I have a question.
Yeah, Bill.
You said the methods, the choice of which program to use depends on location. What are the factors? What are those locational factors? Is it salinity, or is it height of the slope of the marsh? What's driving that?
are you referring to the prioritization of different tools?
Yeah.
It would depend on which metrics we designate as most important. But for example, one metric that some tools included but others didn't were tidal range. And tidal range varies throughout the Chesapeake Bay. And as studies have shown, with increased tidal range, you have increased resilience to sea level rise. So that might be an interesting one. Sediment availability was included by some tools, but not by others. And sediment availability varies dramatically across the Chesapeake Bay area. So if you want to target an area where you think the marsh is going to be able to sustain itself with biological productivity and sediment availability, you might want to prioritize working with one of the tools that takes that into account.
Great, thank you.
Jackson, there's a question in the chat from Julie, and she was, you can probably read this too, but she was asking, like, can you elaborate on which metrics that you find were the most common and which ones were just not common amongst the tools?
Yeah, so the metrics that were most common generally were the marsh migration metric and sea level rise were super common. And land use had a good presence too. The importance of that is with the marsh migration metric, it's really important to look at the areas where marshes can migrate during sea level rise. And I do think this will be one that will be important to look further into, because depending on the land use behind an area, the marsh may or may not migrate depending on what the property owners of that adjacent land are willing to let occur or let happen. And Kristen has a question too. What observations should I have from my experience that can be transferred to the Gulf Coast area or from the Gulf Coast area to here? One observation one thing that they do very well in the Gulf Coast is they have a website with the CWPPRA where they list every restoration project in Louisiana, and they list the net acres benefited, the budget for the project, all these sorts of documents, all the monitoring reports, and that's in one place. And I think we could benefit from something like that. It's kind of complicated though to transfer some of the stuff from here to the Gulf Coast though, because the systems are so fundamentally different. Because in the Gulf Coast, sediment is king, in that the Mississippi River is the solution to a lot of the problems, where providing sediment really helps with where the river is the source of wetland creation in a lot of areas.
Yeah, John Jackson, since you mentioned QIPRA, I'm curious, do you see, my understanding is that legislation, which, you know, in broad strokes takes money off of the kind of fees and licensing associated with outboard motors and plugs it back into coastal resiliency and restoration projects. And Louisiana's really taken great advantage of that. Did you see anything like that in this geography? I mean, from what I gathered, it's not geographically constrained. In other words, it could be implemented in other places, but it doesn't appear to be. Do you know anything about that? Did you find something comparable here, or is there just nothing like that that's like a fund that is where you have some sort of interactive public financing?
Yeah, I think part of what is a barrier to that happening here is you have so many different jurisdictions involved in this area, and it makes it more complicated organizing everyone to get in the same room and figure out a funding source. And they also benefit in Louisiana a lot from not only the boat motors funding, but the Deepwater Horizon settlement. They benefit a lot from that too. I think it could help a lot though if we can get sort of a one-stop shop for places to find all of the restoration projects and all of the plans. Does that answer your question at all?
Yeah, thanks.
Awesome. All right, well, thank you very much, Jackson. We appreciate it. Nice job. And so next up, we're going to hand it over to Katie. And Katie, let me cue up your presentation. I think this clicker thing will work for you too.
In fact,
I think it might be up in the PowerPoint. Is it okay if we do it from Google, or should I download it?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Let me go ahead and share it. Share my screen. Share.
Anybody wants anything to drink? It's ginger ale and water. Don't be shy.
Yeah, you're good to go.
All right, hello everyone, my name is Katie Delp. I'm a rising senior at Morgan State University, majoring in biology. This is actually my second summer as a C-StREAM intern working at the Pearl, which is Duxon Environmental Aquatic Research Laboratory, working with the environmental economics team on the Sick-a-Deer project, assessing hunter opinion and economic aspects of sick-a-deer hunting and management on Maryland's eastern shore. So before I get into our research, I just wanted to give a little background to the significance of recreational hunting in Maryland at large. So a national survey that has a 5-year approach to documenting participation and expenditures of hunters in Maryland. So with their data, they were able to estimate that 88,000 hunters spent 1.4 million days hunting in 2011, and that these hunters spent over $2 million in these hunter-related expenditures. Of that, over 100 million of that was directed in trip-related expenditures. And this generated over $400 million in regional economic impacts that supported over 4,000 jobs. This generated over $100 million that supported the salaries, wages, and business income of those jobs. So from this data, we were able to understand that these recreational hunting experiences does generate regional economic impacts, but national surveys like this are too broad to encompass our research scope, which is Sick-a-Deer on Maryland's eastern shore. So introducing the Sick-a-Deer, although being named a Sick-a-Deer, it's a member of the elk family, and they are non-native to North America. They are actually native to southern Japan, specifically Fukushima Island. They were introduced to this area in the early 1900s when 5 or 6 individuals were released on James Island, which is right off the coast of Dorchester County on the eastern shore. And so they do tend to prefer the marshland and wetlands compared to our native white-tailed deer, which stays in the forested canopy areas. So with 100 years of this species being here, it's become limited to the Delmarva Peninsula and Maryland's eastern shore, and this has become one of the only areas in the United States that you can hunt this species. So it's created this unique recreational hunting experience that's been gaining recent recognition, being featured on Netflix series, certain podcasts, and multiple social media platforms. But despite this, only the biological and ecological studies have been published in the literature. So one of our purposes is to examine the economic and human dimensions aspects of the Sick-a-Deer hunting experience on Maryland's eastern shore. And so with our data and data from the Maryland Department of Natural Resources, we were able to estimate that there are 5,425 Sick-a-Deer hunters in the state of Maryland, spending over 63,000 days of hunting effort in the 2021-2022 hunting season. And the DNR estimated that there were 15,000 Sick-a-Deer in Maryland in 2018. And this is the largest free-ranging population of Sick-a-Deer in the United States. And with our data, we were able to estimate that majority of hunters, 89% of their effort and harvest occurs in Dorchester County, which the landscape there is a little bit more rural and financially disadvantaged. They are the 4th lowest median household income and have the 3rd highest poverty rate out of all the counties in Maryland. So as we know, these recreational hunting experiences can generate these regional economic impacts. So we are doing this research to understand if it has a positive impact on the Eastern Shores County's economy. So this brings us to our project goals and objectives. We wanted to develop a survey, a hunter survey that gathered information on hunters' trip expenditures and their opinions on the current regulations and management of this non-native species. So with the data that we gather from our survey, we wanted to estimate their total annual trip expenditures and better understand their current opinions on the management of the species. And finally, develop a report for Maryland's DNR on our key findings and any management implications they could get from our data. So our method of data collection was in the form of a hunter survey. So we launched our survey in February at the conclusion of the 2021-2022 hunting season. And so we developed our survey instrument with the collaboration and funding of the Maryland Department of Natural Resources, where we pre-tested it with 10 Maryland hunters for any revisions before we developed the final draft. So our sample frame was over 96,000 resident and non-resident hunters. So they had received this in their email soliciting participation in our survey. As I mentioned, it was an online web-based survey that was emailed to hunters that had purchased a license in the past 3 years and that had provided their email to the Department of Natural Resources during the registration process. So they received up to 2 contacts soliciting participation, the initial email blast and 1 email following that initial invitation. And we had received over 3,600 viable responses. Unfortunately, we were unable to calculate a response rate because our sample frame was of all hunters and there's no current specific sicka deer hunting permit. So our sample frame was not specific to sicka deer hunters, and we filtered them out by the first question, asking if they had ever hunted sicka deer in Maryland. And if they answered no to that question, they were directed out of the survey. So with receiving over 3,600 responses, it's an integral part of our methods using a statistical software program called Stata. So prior to my internship experience, I had no software programming experience. So it was a great opportunity learning how to use codes and commands to be able to clean up our data, manipulate it, and visualize it for our data analysis portion. So once our data set was complete, clean, and ready for the analysis portion, we were able to use it to gather the data from our questions on our survey. So these are just screenshots from 2 of the questions that we were using for our data analysis. So questions on restrictions and trip expenditures. So in the next coming slides, I'm going to be outlining some of our major conclusions on hunters handling regulations, such as antler point restrictions and bag limits, and also our estimations of the total annual trip expenditures, how many public and private land hunters there are, and the number of trips that they took in the 2021-2022 hunting season. So starting with the antler point restrictions, we were able to elicit this data by a Likert scale question of their acceptance of the current regulation. So for antler point restrictions, there's currently no antler point minimum to be able to harvest a stag, which a stag is a antlered sicka deer. So we found that 44% of hunters found this current regulation, the status quo, to be completely acceptable. But interestingly enough, with a change into 2 minimum points to harvest a stag, an increase to 52% of hunters found this change to be more acceptable than the status quo. But that change was only tolerated to a certain amount. So when we increased it to alternative 2 and had a 3-point minimum to harvest a stag, 83% of hunters found this to be unacceptable. So this just demonstrates that there's an opportunity for hunters to have a preference for these alternatives compared to the status quo on regulations. So a similar method with the acceptance of the regulation. So the current regulation for bag limit is you can harvest 3 stags across all weapon seasons. So for the status quo, we found that 49% of hunters found this to be acceptable. And another interesting fact that we discovered is that it was a 10% increase when we presented alternative 1, which was decreasing the bag limit to 2 stags. So 59% of hunters found this to be acceptable compared to the status quo. So this is just an interesting finding that there's an opportunity for managers to make this change in regulation to enhance the sicka deer's hunting experience. So secondly, our results indicated the hunting trip expenditures. So we were able to estimate that hunters spent $11.6 million in total annual spending, which 7.7 of this was spent in private land hunting and 3.9 million was spent in public land hunting. We also explored a 95% trimmed mean option that reduces total spending by about 15%, which is account for any outliers in extreme highs and lows in their estimations of their expenditures. In our survey, we're also able to ask about the allocation of their spending. So the majority of hunters had indicated that most of their spending was occurring in the counties that they hunted in, so over 75%. And we found that about 2,800 public land hunters took over 10,000 trips, and 3,400 private hunters took about more than 15,000 trips during the 2021-2022 hunting season. So for our discussion and our results, we were able to see that there was a change in response to the status quo on regulations, to a more acceptance of the alternative choice compared to the status quo. So this is a great opportunity for the managers to look at this data and understand that there's a change in regulation can enhance the hunter's experience. Also, with over the $10 million spent in total trip expenditures, most of this is staying in the counties that they were hunting in that are more rural and financially disadvantaged on the Eastern Shore. So this has potential for economic significance for the spending amount, and also as a source of tourism, because as I mentioned before, this is one of the only places in the United States that you can free-rangely hunt this species. So it brings in in-state and out-of-state hunters to support local businesses and the economy. Also, further analysis with our results, we were able to discover that private land and archery season had the highest expenditures. Most outfitters and guide services provide their services on private land and charge a fee for hunters. So this is a driving force that increases these expenditures. And archery season by far is the longest weapon season. So this presents greater opportunity for hunters and greater time for them to incur these expenditures and have more opportunities to hunt. So with our results, we were able to understand that the second-year hunting experience on the Eastern Shore has economic significance and gather great data for the Maryland DNR management on the hunters' preferences for regulations on this non-native species. So I just want to thank the Morgan State Pearl for hosting this internship, my mentors, Dr. Scott Kanaki and Caitlin Ritchie, for all their guidance and support for the past 2 summers. Dr. Amanda Kanalblock, which is the coordinator for our internship, by making it possible. I want to thank the Maryland Department of Natural Resources for the funding, and specifically their game management or game mammal section leader, Brian Eiler, for help on the data, the Chesapeake Research Consortium and Randy Rowell for hosting me again this summer as an intern, and the second year, because without them, we wouldn't have a research project. So, any questions?
Yeah, a question over here.
Okay, I was wondering why would the hunters actually want more regulations on the deer?
So from our understanding, it's more of a generational thing. So more regulations are kind of protecting the species for future generation of hunters to hunt them. And also with antler point restrictions, different hunters have different motivations of hunting. So if they're more of a trophy deer hunter, they would want the stags to be able to develop and have larger antlers for them to harvest later on in the season than, everyone harvesting the young stags that have smaller points.
I have a question. So what is, or does DNR have a long-term population target for this species? Are they trying to increase it, knock it down because they're non-native, keep the status quo? And could this research inform how they manage the species?
Yeah, so right now the DNR just wants to maintain their cultural carrying capacity and keep it from competing with native species and keeping the habitat on where they reside intact. So with our data, they're going to be using that to implement more regulations, but there's no plans to eradicate this non-native species or any plans currently. So they're just going to be using our data to make management implications.
Thanks.
Yeah, other questions in the chat? Let me check here. Feel free to drop them in if you do. All right, cool. So we're just this one, and so next up we have Joseph, and Joseph is hailing us from, well, I think he's calling in from Virginia, but he worked down there with a team from the Virginia Institute of Marine Science. And so, Joseph, if you can hear us, are we sounding okay to you?
Hi, everyone. I can hear you all.
Okay, awesome. And you should be a co-host, and so that hopefully gave you the power to share your screen when you're ready.
Okay. Can y'all see it now?
Yep, yep, it's right there.
Give me a quick second, sorry.
Sure, take your time.
Okay, sorry. Wait, I stopped sharing?
Yeah, no, we just see you.
Okay, I'm ready. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Joseph Rivera Lopez, and I will be talking to you about my summer experience called Coastal Resilience from Outreach to Research. I was working with my mentor, Dr. Malia Mitchell, and I was working at the VIMS Center for Coastal Resources Management.
So Joseph, just a real quick thing. I don't know if you want, but it's like, it's not showing, we're not seeing it in presentation mode. We can see it okay in the room if it's a hassle, but just letting you know.
It's being shown. So they're not seeing this, they're seeing your screen.
Oh!
Can you swap the two screens?
I'm sorry. I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. The computer
Yeah.
usually you there's a button. Swap it. Okay.
If you go to slideshow and then hit play, that'll do it for you. Should see where slideshow is.
I think after that share button in the top right.
Yeah, I put it in presentation mode, and I was in slideshow in my screen. I don't know why it's not showing on.
I mean, yeah, it's fine. We can see it.
Or you guys see the notes and everything, or you just see?
No, we don't see the notes.
Okay, so you're okay then. So you can, yeah.
Okay. But just to make sure, y'all are seeing the background screen now. It changed, right?
No. No. Sorry.
Okay, it's just like I did change my screen for a second. Okay, how about now? Did it change?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm just gonna do it
Just
here.
Squash this over as tiny as possible. Maybe.
I'm gonna do that. Thank you. Okay, now it's bigger. Okay, well, I'm starting again, sorry. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Joseph Rivera Lopez, and I will be talking to you about my summer project called Coastal Resilience from Outreach to Research. I was working with my mentor, Dr. Malia Mitchell, at the VIMS Center for Coastal Resources Management. So a brief bio about myself. I'm a student at the University of Puerto Rico, Rio Piedras campus. My major is environmental sciences, and I'm going to my 5th year, expecting to graduate on May. I was very interested in this internship because I wanted to have some experience and learn a little bit about marine science research and also about outreach efforts. With this, I hope to clarify a little bit about what my future goals are going to be, whether it was going to be studying marine sciences, ecology, or environmental health. So my primary activity was working at the Building Climate Change Resilient Rural Capacity Listening Session. This was some breakout sessions from the Wetlands Workshop. And here we would teach some stakeholders and decision makers about what are the challenges that rural communities, face due to climate change, and also give them some tools for them to have some proper decision making. In addition, we wanted to gain some of their perspectives about what are the challenges that they already see are going on, and also what changes they're making too. So this was a MARISA effort. MARISA is funded by NOAA, and it's basically working in adaptive capacity building for climate change. And this is done by Molly M. Mitchell from VIMS and also Robert Nicholas from Penn State. They were working too with Kelsey Ruckert, who is the outreach specialist. And with this, we were doing the outreach effort called the Rural Community Listening Session. This is important because rural communities usually lack proper funding for resource mitigations. And also we wanted to influence in future outreach efforts targeting rural communities. My contributions were mainly in the planning process for the listening session, and I also helped with the CVCAT tool, which is an inventory of many other models and tools. So basically, if you have a specific problems, CBCAT would show you the specific model that would help there. So I helped creating some handouts for CBCAT and also for MIST. By the way, in CBCAT, I also helped in the organization of the website and editing its content a little bit, and also in the naming process. So going a little forward, I created the handouts which describe these tools, and I also was expected to hand them out in the listening sessions, but they were going to be used too in other outreach efforts in the Mid-Atlantic. So these listening sessions were divided into two, and we divided people into groups of 6 participants. I worked in the second session. I had a group for myself. I basically gave them the questions that you can see in the screen. And I also took the notes and led the conversation. The questions were primarily about what changes they have seen in the community related to climate change. Is climate change a topic of conversation? What funding opportunities they have, and who else needs to be engaged that could help a lot in climate mitigation. So you can see here the results. This is a word cloud. Basically, the bigger the font, the more this topic was discussed. And also, depending on the color, you can see what category it would fall into. So communication was basically the biggest topic. And in it, we can see that it was climate conversation unease, which is like having basically being scared of talking about climate change. And also aggressive changes in the community usually leads to pushback from the community. So we also in the sessions invited people to have one-on-one conversations with Kelsey Ruckert. They could have been whether to talk about the results of the listening session, but also if they wanted us to show them the tools that Marisa offers. So in the first meeting, we showed basically we went to Lancaster County Mayoral Office, and we showed Olivia Hall the tools that Marisa offers. And she also brought us to the field, basically to some coastal areas that were expected to be flooded due to climate change and sea level rise. And that's why basically she was super interested in the tools that we showed her. And the other one was basically discussing the results of the breakout sessions. So the biggest topic that was discussed was impacts and hazards. Those were the biggest concerns from the community. There's also a big lack of resources and fundings. And there's also a mistrust from the community against the science world. So our next steps are definitely focusing on education about climate change and mitigation. That way people are actually more worried and concerned, and they also know what to expect due to climate change, and they are more willing to try to make a change in the community. That way, when we make a change in there, there's not gonna be a big pushback. And also there are going to be fun education about what the funding opportunities there are. Not a lot of people know about federal aids that are specified towards this problem, but there really is, but people don't know about it. And so we need to teach them. And there's also the fact that the people that do know, don't know how to apply for it because it's a very complicated process. So we just need to educate about those two areas. That way we can help the community. So about a third of my internship was doing other activities such as taking a boat and going to living shorelines. In here, I did field work where I mainly counted marsh vegetation depending on the species. I also measured the marsh vegetation average height. I also did a little bit of measuring light attenuation and also extracted marsh soil to measure chlorophyll content. I helped in the Virginia Wastewater Data Viewer. This is a model about septic systems and how they're going to be affected by sea level rise. And what I did was write the About Project page for this. In addition, I also did a little bit of literature review related to drone usage for marsh vegetation studies. I also learned a little bit about Python and GIS, and I helped in the editing of the Center for Coastal Resources Management from VIMS. I did a lot of fun stuff. I basically explored all of VIMS. I saw the algae blooms, I saw the fish museum, I saw the oyster nurseries, and I went to the aquarium where I fed some fishes, including this one, which is my favorite. It's the biggest fish. It's called Batman. It's the best one. It's very social. I also, so the competency that most resonated with me was multicultural, global and domestic diversity and inclusion. This is basically having an awareness and respect of other people's culture and perspectives. And this was really important to me because I came from Puerto Rico to Virginia, which is completely different in every aspect. And it was just fun to learn about other people's backgrounds and perspectives. And in this internship, I met people from all around the US and all around very different backgrounds, honestly. So it was just fun to learn from them and also teach them about my culture. So for future plans, I am definitely gonna work in science, in research, and I want to work in outreach too. So the best whether to go to general ecology or just marine ecology. But I'm probably just gonna take a gap year. I learned that there's no rush. So I'm probably gonna look for a federal gig in NOAA and the US Forest Service or CRC too. I want to give a big thank you for Malia Mitchell. She's been the best mentor that I could have ever asked. She taught me about literally everything from outreach to research. So it was just incredible. I also want to give a big thank you to Kelsey Ruckert for including me in her outreach efforts. She's also been like a second mentor to me. I really appreciate her so much. And I want to thank all the people here, Robert Nicholas, Emma Dutsworth, Mark Brush, David Stanhope, Jaime Calzada for teaching me about GIS and Python, Sean Gregory, Karen During for also like including our breakout session in her workshop, Kirk Havens, Paula Dye from the aquarium, and from C-StREAM, I want to thank all of C-StREAM, including Randy Rowell and Brianna Yancey, and all my fellow interns for making this such a fun and incredible experience. So thank you everyone for your attention. And if y'all have any questions.
Awesome. Thank you, Joseph. Yeah, so same drill. If there's questions in the room or online, over here. Bill.
Yeah. Joseph, that line you had in the slide that said that there was a lot of distrust of science, the scientific community, concerns me. What, can you unpack that a little bit?
You mean, wait. Here?
Yeah, a high distrust with the science.
So basically in my listening session, this is where I mostly saw it and in the notes too. Whenever I asked about any climate change effects they have seen, they looked very uncomfortable, for instance. And they were like, they talked about very general stuff like, oh, flooding or erosion, but either they didn't really know about it, but I do think they did. I'm pretty sure it was just an uncomfortable topic. Like it's, for many people, it's just controversial, or for many people, it's just a topic that is like maybe the looming effects and you don't want to talk about probably how complicated the future is going to be. So yeah, that's at least what I saw in my listening session. And I do think that's how other people perceive it too.
Thank you.
Sure.
My question is a good follow-up to Bill's question is, so in those listening sessions, were there particular sources or entities that they did seem to have a high trust or like high sense of trust with, like maybe folks that work in the extension offices or the local soil water conservation districts? Like, who are the people that they seem to trust the most or listen to the most?
Well, actually, this listening session was from mostly stakeholders. So it wasn't really people from the community either. You know, they were talking about from their perspectives and in their words. So they pretty much, I would say they just trusted themselves.
Okay, thank you.
It's a good person to trust. I think I saw another hand back somewhere. I missed that.
Okay. Are we looking in the chat?
Nothing in the chat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joseph. It's been a real honor, and you know, having you travel and make that transition. I think.
Thank you all so much too for listening.
Yeah. I think that's an amazing thing. So congratulations on your future and your present as well. You did a great job. So thank you. All right. So next up, we have a virtual pre-recorded presentation. So we're just gonna pull that up here. And get it going.
We need to do the sharing thing.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Isn't that like melee thing? Yeah.
Bart, I don't think online can hear.
Okay. Pause for a second.
I'm gonna have to make sure you click that share system audio
Yeah, when you go
box
to the,
when it pops up
Anybody
again.
know where?
Yeah. I got
Stop sharing and then start again.
that. Then we'll go back here. Sorry, everybody. 1 second. We'll get this back going.
Advanced sharing.
Thank you. Yep, it is. Pretty good. Uh-oh. Other ideas?
Don't work here.
Wait, is that in? Are you doing the share?
You got it? Oh, there you go.
There you go, share
Thank
system
you.
audio. Yeah.
And as the goat.
Hello, my name is Mackenzie Smith, or Mac for short, and this is my 2022 C-StREAM Symposium PowerPoint presentation. I have titled it Community Level Connections, which I hope will become clear throughout this presentation. First, let's begin talking a little bit about me. Once again, my name is Mackenzie. I'm an undergraduate student at Towson University. I'm majoring in environmental studies with a concentration in public health. I specifically have taken interest in creating and improving the arena of non-formal, youth-based environmental education. This summer, I was given the opportunity to intern with the Chesapeake Bay program through the C-StREAM internship as a capacity building liaison. What this meant is that I was acting as the main connection between the Chesapeake Bay program and a local nonprofit of my choosing. Specifically, I chose to work with Backyard Base Camp at their Bliss Meadows location. On this slide, you'll see this is a map of Backyard Base Camp. Once again, it's located in Northwest Baltimore. It's about a 10-acre property with 7 acres of forest and 3 acres of farmland. What did I do for the summer? Like I previously mentioned in the slides before, I had chosen to work with a local nonprofit called Backyard Base Camp. Backyard Base Camp's mission at their Bliss Meadows location is to reconnect Black, Indigenous, and people of color to land and nature in Baltimore City. The acronym BLISS stands for Baltimore Living in Sustainable Simplicity. This summer, I was tasked with an agenda for trail design, gardening, animal care, and for the main purpose of this PowerPoint presentation, the youth camp. Now, the first three mentioned that being trail design, gardening, and animal care. Trail design included weeding, mapping, and trail tagging on the 7-acre forest part of the Bliss Meadows locationing. Gardening included weeding, harvesting vegetables, planting new gardens. Animal care included feeding, taking the goats to the meadow to feed on the grass, feeding the chickens, and also making sure that the sheep were okay. Lastly was the youth camp. This was my biggest task at Backyard Base Camp. And the bottom right corner of the slide, from left to right, is the Backyard Base Camp team, which is Sage, Dajay, Farmer Jordan, the founder Tia Wells, Katie, myself, Josh, and Diddy. The camp that I had the opportunity to help with was called the Fox and Heron Summer Camp of 2022. The main mission was to educate children between the two age groups of 3 to 5 and 6 to 9 in the non-formal arena of environmentalism through weekly themes and hands-on activities that cultivate curiosity and encourage exploration. This was executed by engaging with the 5 senses, touching objects on site, tasting produce grown on the farm, seeing the different types of species, hearing the calls between animals in the pond, and smelling different types of flowers grown in the gardens. Now, you'll see on this slide that there is a daily agenda. The activities would be based off the weekly themes, which consisted of, but was not limited to, habitats, ecosystems, water, air, adaptation. Now, because there were 2 age groups, activity time would be divided into 2 groups, either the 3 to 5 or 6 to 9, so that the learning objectives correlated with their learning abilities. And if you see on this slide, you'll see various activities like being in the farm with Farmer Jordan, touching bugs, sometimes just playing around in the dirt, also egg weighing, and also viewing the pond at their leisure. And if you look to the left side of this PowerPoint, you'll see that we had forest time, which included hanging in hammocks, playing games in the forest, and also just observing nature. As I mentioned earlier, the main mission of this camp is to educate children in the non-formal arena of environmentalism through weekly themes and hands-on activities. Now, if you look at this slide, this mission was completed by activities like engaged reading and learning, creative playtime, and also teamwork. On the left-hand side, you'll see images of engaged reading and learning, which can be done in any part of the park. Mostly was done in the meadow area or right directly in the forest. Reading could take place anytime and anywhere. Books were selected to read based on the theme being taught for the week. So that could either be habitat, ecosystem, water, air, adaptations. Giving the younger group 3 to 5, this would help give the younger group 3 to 5 a preview of what was to be learned and explored later that day. The older group, 6 to 9, had the ability to do hands-on field work, which you can see in the middle of this PowerPoint, where everybody has on a beekeeping suit, where they're all learning facts about bees and helping take care of the bees with Farmer Jordan. And also, lastly, creative playtime, which was just meant to, we made sure that in between these environmental lessons that was given time to just have fun and run around. Children could run through the meadow, explore the pond, play with toys, or color. Lastly, lunchtime and dishwashing was how we were able to get the kids to learn how to do teamwork. To the far right, you will see that we catered lunch to the children, and as a team, we cleaned dishes with them, creating a sense of teamwork and appreciation. Even though the environmental learning objectives were executed through teamwork, creative play, and engaged reading and learning, I believe the most important aspect of the Fox and Heron Summer Camp was the time given for park exploration. Watching children who were once afraid of bugs pick them up with their bare hands and watching them connect firsthand with their local environment through playtime, storytelling, and interactive games was where most environmental learning objectives were fully understood. The result and product of this camp is that children gain a better understanding on their local environment over time, was able to enlighten the leaders on the camp on basic environmental principles such as water cycle, food web, habitat structure, and much more. While my major task was assisting Backyard Base Camp at their Biss Meadows location, throughout the summer, I was able to assist and complete minor tasks. I dedicate this part of my presentation to my mentor, Brianna Yancey. Without her help and guidance, I would not have been able to meet so many people, have in-field experiences, and increase my technological understanding. In the bottom left corner of this slide, you'll see an Excel doc. This Excel doc was to assist the Chesapeake Bay program in their diversity outcome goals to help increase the representation of stakeholder groups that are underrepresented in the environmental conservation field. A fellow intern and I spent the entire summer adding latitude and longitude coordinates to this spreadsheet along with other key identifiers, which will become the backbone of an ARCGIS shapefile. This will help groups find new and diverse partners to collab on and to collab with conservation and restoration projects. In the top right corner, you will see that I had the opportunity to take a day trip with my mentor to Poplar Island. This is where we partnered with the Fish and Wildlife Services team and helped them check on osprey nests around the island, common and least tern nests, and we would have to kayak within the island itself to click or count the number of nests found and spray paint a corner of each nest that was accounted for. And we also got a history lesson on the island's construction process. I was also able to gain the opportunity to write an op-ed piece this coming fall with the Bay Journal, thanks to Brianna Yancey and her networking. Also, in the beginning of this internship experience, I was able to attend for free at the CCMP conference of 2022 in Annapolis, Maryland. This is where I would gain my first experiences in networking, public speaking, and also asking panel discussion questions. At the beginning of this internship, we were asked to identify which competency we could grow the most in. One competency that I saw the most personal growth in was professional development. This being done through networking, technological development, working in office, and personal time management skills. In prior experiences, I have worked on professional development in part-time jobs, during interviews, and classroom settings. But nowhere near as much have I been able to progress in my professional development than through this C-StREAM internship experience. I believe that progression in this area is important so that I can effectively communicate the needs of the planet to the formal arenas that make decisions on its behalf, whether that being a meeting, networking event, on a project. Professional development will only enhance my chances of being heard and understood by my peers in the workforce. C-StREAM help assist in the growth of this area with many opportunities through being mentored, individually tasked assignments, trust from superiors, and regular guidance from those all involved in the Chesapeake Bay program. What's next for me? I will be headed back to school in about a month. This summer experience has solidified my decision to continue my education past a bachelor's degree to master's. I would love to return to this position next summer if the opportunity permits itself, and I have also gained a better understanding and importance of being involved in the environmental community through opportunities like this one. Staying connected to mentors, advisors, colleagues, and anyone else in the scientific community. Lastly, I would like to give a special thanks to my mentor, Brianna Yancey, the founder of Backyard Base Camp, Atia Wells, a fellow colleague of mine, Bianca Martinez-Penn, a DIJ intern, and Randy Rao, the C-StREAM director. Without these 4 people, I don't know how I would have got through this summer. Thank you all for mentoring me, being there for me, and also being a friend.
She's not able to be here today.
Where is Mackenzie now?
She's on vacation.
Yeah, how did, so like the partnership with Backyard Base Camp to like support their capacity during the summer, like how did that all come about and like end up being the focus of Mackenzie's work?
So, as a diversity work group coordinator, we have a lot of community-focused organizations on the work group, but they don't necessarily receive some of the same benefits like federal or state partners from the BAE program. So this has been one of my like dream goals, and for the past 2 summers, we've had interns work with those community organizations and complete projects for them, just as like a little like token of like, this is what we're able to offer you for all the participation and like input that you've given to the BAE program. So I had a list of those organizations and I asked them to submit projects to me and like different like time requirements, things like that. And then once we picked Mackenzie, I asked her to say like, you know, which one are you most interested in, like where you think you can get the most experience from. So it was pretty tailored to whatever organization was able to offer a project and what Mackenzie wanted.
I think that database you guys are creating is going to be really important going forward. So
Almost
appreciate that effort.
So we did have a question from Elise in the chat too, and she was asking, kind of based on Mackenzie's work with Backyard Base Camp, do you have any specific recommendations for how the BAE program can engage and support BIPOC-led nonprofits?
So the one thing about this is just thinking more about the sustainability of it. It's not always guaranteed that we're gonna have a C-StREAM intern for the diversity work group, and it's just a summer thing. So how can we, when we make up the BAE program, think about how we're supporting these organizations throughout the year and like long-term and in bigger ways, whether that's going to like volunteer or providing different kinds of resources throughout the year, just constantly thinking about like what we can do for other people in these organizations that are furthering the mission of the BAE program in their own capacity, in their own way.
Any other questions online or in the room? All right, then up next is Bianca. We have her in person, huh?
You come right over here.
Right. You are. I see it.
Yep, later.
I don't know why it took me so long. I apologize for that. I just got to share the screen with everybody, and then I think we should be good to go. Hi.
All right, hi everybody. My name is Bianca Martinez-Penn, and this is my presentation on diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice resources and outreach tools for Chesapeake Bay Healthy Watershed. So a little bit about me. I was born and raised in Tacoma Park, so I'm from the area, been here my whole life. And I actually went to Montgomery Blair High School, which if anybody has heard of it, it's actually the most diverse high school in the whole state of Maryland. So that kind of drove my interest towards sociological issues. I've spent my summers in Bethany Beach, Delaware, which drove interest in marine science. And that kind of led me to where I am now, which is a rising junior at University of Miami, the one in Florida. I've had to specify a few times the summer, not the one in Ohio. The one in Florida, I major in marine affairs as well as sociology and minor in sustainable business. So this summer I was the diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice intern, working with the diversity work group as well as the Healthy Watersheds goal implementation team, developing resources for them. So after having my initial meeting with Sophie and Renee from the Healthy Watersheds goal implementation team, we came up with 3 main questions that surfaced after talking about what they may need from me. And these questions definitely needed addressing for their plans. These questions were: how underrepresented communities been involved in work plan development and decision making? So these communities include low income, as well as areas with high percentages of people of color, linguistic barriers, and the list goes on and on. The next question is, how can we identify, track, and reduce disproportionate impact among these communities? And finally, how do we increase outreach and involve underrepresented communities to promote these healthy watersheds? So after what was a lot of reading, something crucial that I found, and I went through so many articles and really only one of them had good information, but what we found is that a lot of the values that are associated with maintaining these healthy watersheds are often not conveyed to most communities in the area that are actually crucial communities for these healthy watersheds. It's typical for only communities in very close proximity to major watersheds to understand the importance of a healthy watershed, and these communities are very usually socioeconomically exclusive, catered towards higher income communities. Which leads me to my main project this summer. So in order to create diverse, effective outreach, we must understand what types of outreach best connect with these target audiences that we're trying to reach. So for this, I made a story map. You can click the link there and hopefully we can go through it.
This one here?
Yeah. The top one is the story map itself, and the bottom one is you can see all the layers simultaneously. So this map was actually a bit of a nightmare for me just because I'm actually blue-green colorblind. So I couldn't see like a lot of what was going on here. And I never worked with ArcGIS before. So it took a little bit, but we got it done. So if you wouldn't mind scrolling down, I've got my notes on what colors mean what. So the blue areas are all going to be state identified healthy watersheds. So different states have different definitions of what is a healthy watershed. So within these states, these are the areas that have been identified by that state. In the purple, you can see most of these exist in the Maryland, Virginia area, but we do have some up in Pennsylvania as well. These are those state identified healthy watersheds that intersect with communities with high populations of people of color. If you scroll down a little bit more, this red area is going to pop up. This red area is the intersection of those healthy watersheds with low-income communities, so high percentages of low-income families. You can note, which is important to note, that there are not a lot of these communities, the ones that are low-income and intersect with healthy watersheds. If you keep going, some purple pins will pop up. These purple pins are organizations that we found. The Excel doc that Mackenzie was talking about in her presentation is what we pulled to map these organizations. So most of these are going to be minority serving or minority owned organizations within the watersheds that do some type of work to better the environment. So if you actually click on a pin, just any pin, you can do like that one at the bottom, doesn't matter. Right. They're going to show you the address we have for them, how you can get in contact, what organization it is, as well as whether they're minority serving, minority owned, possibly both. So it's going to give you all that information for easy access. So if the Healthy Watersheds or whoever else chooses to contact them, this is an easy point that they can get that from. You keep scrolling down, some yellow pins are going to pop up. Unfortunately, there are not that many of them, but these yellow pins mean that they are the organizations that are within healthy watersheds that also intersect those areas of high percentages of people of color. So those are some organizations that I think would be crucial for the Healthy Watersheds team to reach out to in maintaining their efforts. Lastly, if you scroll down one more time, nothing else is going to show up except for these same red areas that are the low-income community, because unfortunately, there are no organizations that intersect those things. So that's something important to note that the Healthy Watersheds team might want to look into. Again, there might be some organizations in those, but we had a list of over 200 organizations, and there were none in these areas. So that's all for the map. You can really go to that. Back to the presentation. So based on that map, can you go to the next slide? Thank you. Sorry. Based on that presentation, or on that map, I'm recommending for the Healthy Watersheds these three organizations. So these three are all going to be part of the yellow pins that you saw. So those intersect the high percentages of people of color as well as the Healthy Watersheds area. So the first one is Black Girls Dive, and then we have Brandy White Neighborhood Coalition, and then we have Asociación Guatemalteco Sin Fronteras. These are all going to be organizations that serve minority communities that are all focused in environmental education. So those are the ones that I'm specifically recommending to the Healthy Watersheds team. My presentation with them is on Monday, and I'll go a little bit more in depth about why with them. But I also would recommend that the Healthy Watersheds Full Implementation team expand on this map, try and find more organizations, and also delve into the unhealthy watershed areas and try and find organizations within those areas that they might want to reach out to in order to increase their efforts on restoring those areas. Besides that main project, I've been working with the diversity work group on an allyship training this summer that we had, I think it was 2 weeks ago, which had a fantastic turnout. So for that, I helped organize an activity that pinpointed microaggressions and how we can address them. These were specific towards the workplace, but those are things that you can go. I also helped to organize a panel for underrepresented voices in marine science for the International Seagrass Biology Workshop Conference, which is taking place next week. We just had our final dry run meeting for it yesterday. So this included reaching out to potential panelists that might want to participate, as well as coming up with questions for them, and activities for the participants. We're doing bingo, which should be fun. And there should be, I think it was around 60 people that signed up for it. So that's really exciting to have a big group of people that care about this important topic. So for my competencies developed this summer, I had a much bigger realization for multicultural awareness. Not to say that I wasn't aware of it before, but I think that I had a lot of trouble applying it to marine science. So that's something that I definitely think was a huge development for myself this summer working with the diversity work group. Through that, I also gained a big understanding of how this relates to civic responsibility. I think it's a right for everybody to feel comfortable in a workplace as well as in their environment. And as a workplace that serves the community, I think it's our job to make it a safe place for everyone. So finally, I want to do some thank yous. I want to thank Randy and Mackenzie for just supporting me throughout this and giving me the resources that I need. I also wanted to thank Sophie and Renee from the Healthy Watersheds team. I couldn't find pictures of them, but just for allowing me to help with the work that they needed. And Brianna, of course, for helping me with everything, from allowing me the flexibility to choose this project, as well as helping me with ArcGIS, because I really had no idea what I was doing before that. So yeah, this has been a really awesome experience, and I have these people to thank for it, and all of you guys for listening. So thank you so much. Any questions?
Feel free.
Yeah.
So I like that you took that tact of looking at where the overlap with healthy watersheds. And that's an important part of environmental justice, but the flip side of looking at adjacency to negative environmental things, what would you use? I know you use the protected lands layer. What would you use for when you do that layer of negative environmental condition and how that corresponds to people?
Yeah, so the Healthy Watersheds team gave me a whole map that showed the healthy and unhealthy parts of the map. Unfortunately, I was just told that not a lot of work is being done within the unhealthy area, so that is why I recommended that they take a look at that more in depth. But I do think the same thing. There are, like I said, there was a list of 200 organizations that we started with, and only about 50 of them ended up on that map. So there are a lot more within those unhealthy watershed communities that I think would be great to kind of reach out to them and be like, hey, I know you're working within this community. What can we do to educate the people that you're working with as well?
Thanks.
I was just curious about that list you're developing. Are there parameters, like, are they all nonprofits, or is it not limited, like for-profit, nonprofit?
Yeah, it's not limited to that. A lot of them just happen to be nonprofits. I know this was started by another C-StREAM intern years ago that we're just kind of continuing on. So it's not limited to that. There are some private institutions on there for profit as well, but it just happens to be that most of them are nonprofit.
Do you know if any of those organizations were pulled into that Series 11 engagement exercise that the big program did through a Get Funding project where?
Scope 11.
Scope 11, yeah.
Yeah,
So-
a lot of them were.
Oh, okay. I mean, one of the things that was interesting in that process, I don't know if you got pulled in through the internship, but Brianna was instrumental in some of the work on outreach to different communities and how the Bay program can improve outreach and communication. And from my just brief interaction with the group and some of the stakeholders, it seemed like all the way back at the goal setting is where we missed one another. So just in the last meeting where we met with some of those groups, a lot of the things we were hearing about is that the community's interest in environmental issues were either framed differently or couched differently, maybe coming from a public health perspective, or and there were overlaps between what we were doing and what their interests were, but it seemed like we were failing to communicate effectively because, you know, for example, when we said water quality, we were thinking nitrogen and phosphorus. When other people said water quality, they were talking about lead, lead pollution in pipes, and so I'm wondering if as a part of this, was it really just the spatial part of it, or did you have the opportunity to interact with any of these organizations directly and observe any of those kind of miscommunications that were happening specifically?
Yeah, so definitely think you're right. There are a lot of miscommunications, and that's why I think that this map is going to be helpful because we're able to pinpoint what the organization focuses on. So unfortunately, I wasn't able to actually go out and interact with most of these organizations, but we did do a lot of work on looking at their website, looking at who they serve, where they are, and what they focus on in terms of their community. So those are things that are important to if you guys need something, which organization can you reach out to? So that's why you can see when you click on the pins and on that Excel sheet, you do have what the organization focuses on, whether that's education or field trips or developing curriculums, so stuff like that.
And do you like University of Miami?
I do like University of Miami.
My son's going there in 2 weeks.
Oh,
All
that's
right.
exciting. I'll have a great time.
So we did have one question online that maybe we could get to. So that's from Jake, and Jake asks, do you have any tips or recommendations for conducting outreach to those 3 recommended organizations?
That's a great question. So I know that the program has already reached out to a lot of these organizations. Those are 3 that they haven't, which is why I recommended it.
Oh.
But I do know that these organizations are often ones that do want help and need help. And we all have the same common goal. So I really do think that it would be a relatively easy process to get in contact with, whoever it is that's listed on the contact that we have on the pin, and kind of work out an idea of what needs to get done.
So one of the things I always emphasize in my work around environmental global sustainability is coming to a consensus as practitioners, as scientists, as professionals, as to why we even have to have a focus on DEIJ or identifying where these pockets of diversity are and things like that, people of color, communities of color. So I'm not sure if you touched on that. Did you touch on why it is that you even have to do this type of research? Or?
Yeah, I didn't touch on that, but I do have a lot to say about that. I'll try and keep it short.
Okay.
I think that, for us, what may be an obvious answer isn't as obvious to other people, which is getting a diverse group of people and a diverse group of stakeholders brings a lot to the table in terms of different opinions on what needs to get done. But I also think in terms of areas that you might not necessarily think of DEIJ being important, for example, healthy watersheds. They have told me that they really did do a lot of work on this before, because it might not be as obvious, is that we do have a lot of diverse areas within the watershed community. And all of these communities are important to either maintaining the health of those watersheds or restoring. Like I said, there's a lot of unhealthy places that also happen to be low income. So I think getting in contact with those communities and kind of like educating them on the importance of this is going to be a huge deal in terms of creating a healthy environment.
Yeah, because it's very important, and as scientists, as researchers, a lot of times the first step that needs to take place is really figuring out, why we need, various faces at the table or in the room. And truthfully, sustainability can't be achieved without having more, diversity at the table, at the helm, at decision-making roles. And that's what a lot of the DEIJ work group deals with. And this program, creating a pipeline of new leadership like yourself and others here to, take on the task of the future in regards to that. So thank you. Congrats. Any more questions in the chat?
Nope, but I think like it's cool to see just the impact of that conversation in your work, like in Renee's comment on the chat, like you should maybe invite them to the Get meeting. Doing intentional outreach, so that's awesome. So we have one more presentation before lunch. So thank you very much. And yeah, and so that's Andrew. And so Andrew, you're up if you're feeling ready.
Great. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yep, you can. I'm just gonna pin you on the screen and then go ahead and get your presentation up.
Okay, let me share my screen.
What's up, Andrew?
Hi. Okay, can everyone see everything okay?
Yep, we see you.
Great. So my name is Andrew Bowick. I use he, they pronouns, and today I will be discussing my personal project that went along with my internship this summer, which was about flooding inequity in Maryland and beyond. And I was mentored by Labib Ahmed and Marina Mias. So first, a little bit about me. I am currently a rising sophomore at the University of Southern California studying environmental studies with minors in GIS and sustainability science and playwriting. And I am, for this summer, I was the C-StREAM intern with the EPA GIS team, working closely with the USGS and then also the Chesapeake Bay program. Some of my post-graduation goals are a master's in environmental management or something similar, and then continuing to use GIS in an environmental career. And then a fun fact with the images on the right, I planted some milkweed seeds in fall of 2020, and this was the first summer that they popped up well enough to get monarchs. So I watched that butterfly emerge yesterday. It was really fun. So the purpose of this project was to document the impacts of flooding on multiple Maryland communities of varying socioeconomic and racial statuses through a story map. And this is helping to support the Chesapeake Bay program's goals of DEIJ as well as climate resiliency. So the initial research for this project came from, firstly, the Ellicott City flooding responses. Ellicott City had two major floods in 2016 and 2018, known as the 1,000-year floods, and they in turn received immediate aid from the state and federal level. There have been millions of dollars invested into their flood mitigation efforts. And seeing this immediate response to such a wealthy area kind of like pinged my mind a little bit about inland flooding issues. So first, here is a clip from the 2018 flood, so the second flood. However, the 2016 flood looked very similar to this as well, really showing the exacerbation of climate change in increasing storm intensity and flood frequency. This got a lot of attention from the media, and I believe the 2018 flood had 1 casualty and the 2016 flood had 2. it'll move to the next slide. So the next part that I researched for my project was FEMA, which is the Federal Emergency Management Agency at the federal level, which pretty much is the primary coordinator for any states that declare a state of emergency, including for flooding issues. So one method that they use to coordinate these things is with the National Flood Insurance Program, which is the most popular flood insurance in the US. However, FEMA's got some problematic history. It's had a lot of scandals of inequity in the past, and it's also very deeply in debt, about $20 billion in debt, excluding the $16 billion that they were bailed out in 2017 by Congress. In response to some of the problems that they were seeing with the insurance program equity, they remade their entire rate calculation methodology in Risk Rating 2.0 Equity in Action. The purposes of this were to calculate insurance rates on individual property risk rather than generalizing it to whatever zone, flood zone that a property was in. So like I mentioned, there have been a lot of scandals, and these are just some of the headlines from the past like 7-ish years. Biggest issues including housing waits, appeals processes favoring insurance companies, subsidizing the wealthy, flood risk not being disclosed evenly, and general lack of appropriate responses to disasters. And then the third thing that I researched for this was Baltimore. So Baltimore has an interesting history of redlining and housing discrimination, as well as existing flood issues. And a lot of that redlining and discrimination culminates in something called the black butterfly. So if we look at this slide, you see the population in blue. Each blue dot represents 200 Black residents, while each of those pink dots represents 200 white residents. So you can see there's this very clear segregation of, quote, of even two different Baltimores. The term black butterfly of those two blue wings was coined by Dr. Lawrence Brown several years back in a Baltimore Sun article. And he has since done more research looking into the disparities that come with this pattern, including low income, high unemployment rate, number of banks per 1,000 residents, and many more disparities. The book on the right was published in January of 2021 by Johns Hopkins University Press. It is now on my reading list. And he's currently a research scientist for Morgan State University. So, like I mentioned, this all culminated into a story map. So let's just get to the part that everyone wants to look at. Now, this is quite a long one, so I'm going to mostly skim through it, just making sure, can everyone still see this okay?
Yep, we got it. Thank you.
Great. Okay, so like I said, we're gonna skim through this quite a bit. So the introductory part of this is talking about flooding and sea level rise due to climate change and how that has been exacerbated, alongside some introduction to environmental justice. The more interesting maps come in here. So on the left here, you can open up a little legend and see that this is the percent of minority communities in the Baltimore City region. And this is swiped with the redlining map. So for redlining, the primary issue with redlining is all of these red and yellow areas that were deemed hazardous or declining by loan corporations meant that people in those areas, especially the Black homeowners in these areas, were just denied housing loans, leading to massive wealth inequalities that have persisted over 50 years after redlining was outlawed by the Fair Housing Act. And then here is another map, again, comparing that black butterfly pattern to now a expected change in flood risk. So each of these areas, you can click on any of them and they'll pop up with the census tract that they're in and what the expected increase of their flood risk is. And what this shows is that any of these areas that overlap with these darker areas that have a high population of minority communities are going to be more at risk and more vulnerable, less equipped to tackle these major flooding events. because they are less wealthy and have less resources than the white L. The next thing that it moves into is talking about FEMA, talking about some of their scandals, including poor renters being less likely to receive help with housing post-disaster. Additionally, a study conducted by First Street Foundation, which is a nonprofit, found that the FEMA flood maps drastically underestimate flood risk. And this is important because these special flood hazard areas are what they use to determine who is required to have flood insurance. So if you have 6 million homes that would normally be covered and be required to have flood insurance and get the protection that they need, are just missing completely, then those homes are a lot more vulnerable to flooding disasters and economic distress. And unfortunately, like many other things, this is not evenly distributed. White alone populations are much more likely to have their flood risk covered by these zones, while Latino, Native American, Black, and Asian communities fall behind significantly and are more at risk, therefore, of not having flood insurance and losing everything due to flooding. Next, I talk a little bit about NFIP, and here's like a little video from FEMA of them talking about the flood insurance. One interesting thing with FEMA is that they did release a data set about by zip code, what zip codes would see a number of policyholders with increases or decreases to their rates following the implementation of this new rate calculation. And it was seen that most policyholders, like poor policyholders, were much more likely to see their rates decrease compared to wealthier ones. And while this is a great step, it doesn't fix the disparities in coverage of who is required to have zones. Also, they only released the information for the premium increase for the first year, and it was by zip code, so there's not a huge correlation of demographic and socioeconomic patterns with zip codes. And here is a summarized map that I worked on with that data. So here we can look at, like, for example, Ocean City has a large number of policyholders, meaning its dot is bigger in size, and it's darker in the blue color, showing that it has more percentage of people that are experiencing increases to their premiums. You see there are some areas that have like barely any policyholders in these really tiny dots, but there are also areas that do have a larger number of policyholders. This is a section that's just a big timeline of Maryland's flooding, and I'll mostly skip by that, but I do talk about the Ellicott City floods, as well as this September 2020 flood, which I will bring up in a bit. And then here's the main kicker of the story map. So the big issues here that I wanted to point out was that Ellicott City, this city within the wealthiest county in Maryland and 6th wealthiest county nationwide, received immediate aid, a staggering $167 million from a combination of federal, state, and local funding for flood mitigation. However, the other inland areas that experienced flooding, such as that September 2020 flood that massively impacted the suburbs of Prince George's County that are primarily Black and low income, felt, quote, hung out to dry as government officials remained silent after a week of cries for help from the neighborhood. And these cries led to Delegate Julian Ivey of Prince George's County sending a letter to Larry Hogan saying, quote, "Your silence thus far on this issue speaks volumes. I expect you to fight for Prince Georgians just as hard as you fought for Howard County residents. Prince Georgians are Marylanders too." So directly calling out this disparity. And then the final section goes through Baltimore City's specific risk. The video shown here is of a flood in, I believe it was 2017, on Hillen Road, which has repeatedly had flooding issues for the past 70 years. The city has done some work on this street, but residents say that the change is not super significant because there are a lot larger infrastructural issues with them being in a depression. Additionally, this video is of a landslide of a street, of 26th Street, that took place in 2014 due to a 100-year stone retaining wall collapsing. This little stone wall in the background a few seconds, you'll see with the road itself is sinking completely. And then, yeah, the residents of this street had been complaining about these issues for many months and were complaining about about holes in the road, and they would occasionally get patched up for a bit and then the problems would just pop back up within a month. And in 2018, the street sunk again after doing inspections, raising everyone to be like, why did it sink again? I thought we addressed this. And since homeowners cannot make these massive public infrastructure changes and redo their entire roads, FEMA pushes a lot for individual property adaptations, such as raising the elevation of the home, as seen by these little beams here in a house in Louisiana. However, this is very expensive, so it places a lot of pressure on residents to fix these massive flooding issues instead of pushing cities to update their infrastructure. Even the less expensive options can pose financial distress, as a lot of Americans cannot afford to pay these large amounts for emergency payments, let alone flood mitigation projects. So people may have other emergencies that they need to save up for instead of paying for these individual flood mitigation efforts. Even if they did get these on an individual scale, sometimes it would not make a difference. If you're in a neighborhood that lives in the depression at the bottom of a hill and there's development up top, you're gonna have a higher flood risk no matter how many rain barrels you put on the neighborhood. And a lot of that additionally is seen with these row houses in Baltimore City, as if any of these individual houses puts a rain barrel, it's not gonna make a huge difference if they're already at risk of flooding. And then the last thing I want to show is this map here. So this is comparing low-income neighborhoods on the left here in this blue, where the darker colors represent a higher percentile of low-income communities, with this map here showing the current improvement value. So this is a term that represents the monetary value of a property, excluding the cost of the land itself that it's on, and including any money spent on improving the home. This was taken from some of Baltimore City's parcel data. And for example, we can look at one of these census tracts, and the mean value for this is about 24,000, and the percent low income for the same region is in the 96th percentile. So there's this massive butterfly correlation here again with these low income neighborhoods. And here's another visual of this map. And what this is showing is that the people that are in these low income neighborhoods don't have the disposable income needed to invest in their home improvement. Now, this data set is a bit limited in that it doesn't differentiate improvements made to the homes from the actual price of the home. However, the disparity itself in wealth gaps overall based on home value is very much present in this anyway, which is a very important thing to recognize for these communities. So the key takeaways from this are that these historically redlined areas face these massive disadvantages that can amplify flood risk. So future projects and research should focus on these communities that have struggled with poor infrastructure for decades. And then some further research opportunities include looking into the allocation of funding for the existing flood mitigation projects, and then also conducting surveys of Maryland residents to see what their flood risk and mitigation knowledge is and whether they know how to report floods. And then to finish up, we're going to return really quick to this presentation. I was lucky enough to attend the USGS Chesapeake Bay workshop alongside my research for this summer. So this was in West Virginia, and I gained a lot of amazing insight into how USGS and other federal agencies operate. I networked with many amazing people who helped me out with this personal project and with life in general. It was beautiful. It was along the Potomac, shown on the right. And I learned that USG is a lot broader than I thought. It isn't just a bunch of people mapping topography all day. There are people that work with fish health and with black duck habitat and all sorts of other things. Also, the National Conservation Training Center, pretty good food, highly recommend.
Yes, I agree.
For the competencies, the main ones that showed up with this project were multicultural, systems thinking, and civic responsibility. For multicultural, it was important to understand the cultural factors that go into why people make certain decisions, such as whether they want to move from a community that they have grown up in, or what they want to choose to spend their few dollars on in low-income communities. For systems thinking, it was extremely important to compare how historical and existing systems interact with one another and to lasting impacts of discriminatory practices such as redlining. And then for civic responsibility, I felt a very strong passion for this project because I was seeing how it could actually make a difference in these communities, because inland flooding is not the focus of most of flooding research. It's a lot on sea level rise in coastal communities, but inland flooding and urban flooding is a massive issue that impacts a lot of people. Special thanks to my mentors, Labib and Marina again, and to Randy and the rest of C-StREAM for this opportunity. And another big thanks to everyone who's helped me along the way. I do have a link to the story map in that bit.ly link, and I can also send it in the chat or somebody else can type it in. And I'll take questions now. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Andrew. We might have time for like just a couple questions if there are in the room or on the chat.
I think that I love the fact that you're tracking the money, because environmental justice, typically we think of access to green space and proximity to hazards, but the fact that follow the money, I think that's a really important component. So I wonder if you could start adding some of those figures up. I mean, do some back of the envelope kind of calculations, taking your maps and taking the value and the amount of the flood insurance cost and come up with a big number that's associated with the discrepancy that you're seeing.
Yeah, I was honestly disappointed with the amount of research that I found, which was not much, about the disparities in flooding income. And believe me, if I had more time, I would have dove straight into just fully analyzing everything. But there were also a lot of issues, like, for example, with flood factor, as part of First Street Foundation, they had information for the current mitigation practices that existed in communities by point data. However, it was locked behind a big paywall that I couldn't afford, and that maybe a future project could get a grant or funding for. Also, I was also disappointed a lot with how hard it was for anyone to like search through FEMA's data sources, because they have a lot of data sets available, but they're very cryptic, and a lot of them, because of like issues with identity and like privacy issues, they have to be kept to a broader scale. So it's a bit hard to look at those parcel level data that I was able to find with Baltimore City. But I would really love for this to be something that is further explored. And I mean, that's the whole point of this story map, is to do the introductory work so that more people can continue and build on this and look into these issues, because they're so important.
Thank you.
Are there questions online? Then
no.
Cool. All right. Well, I thank you very much, Andrew. It's awesome. So programmatically, I think we've come to that break time in the agenda. And so we're hitting that a little bit late. So I'll check in with Randy and put some time in the chat in a few minutes. But I guess for right now, we have about plan on like a 20-minute break, and it might get a little extended. That sound fair? Okay. No? Okay, cool. If people need to use bathrooms, I think they're just out in the hall, and there's like one to your first left down that hallway.
There's a water bottle filling station. If you continue and make another one, we'll see you there.
Awesome. All right, and everybody online, we'll get back in just a few minutes. Yeah.
Last time.
So
Yeah.
something with.
Yeah, I definitely felt.
I suspect that I will be on.
I'm doing the front ones, I don't even.
Tuesday, because they all want to sing about. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's.
Yeah, they could hear it.
First thing in the morning.
Silly. It's silly. I mean, obviously boats in the water. And it makes it open hard.
Yeah, it used to be just a
Yeah, it depends on
I mean,
really
this weekend.
what time did she suggest doing it?
She just said these won't go in next week.
Well, I'm booked all day Tuesday, or, I mean, sorry. Yeah, it's Tuesday, definitely. I'm at a retreat. I'm
I like reverse down the road, but there's a
Yeah, I'll make a note and then I'll follow up.
I mean, I'm booked up until. It was late when I.
All you have to do is be careful when pressing this.
When I did it.
She, and it's been waiting on but she wants to do it.
I wasn't sure.
Well, front brakes are like 2 minutes. The rear brakes are like
When
1
you
minute.
get, would I sign up when, I think when she gets
Oh, yeah.
data.
So that-
We have October data.
Right. I need to change this. I think I'm gonna.
Yeah, I think it's like when we
Yeah, I
get
think
that
that was after I
come in piecemeal or. When.
You know what, I still gotta take it. I'm happy
Saying
to.
she wants it all.
That was the,
Or
yes, the,
like
call it.
talking about
I'm not, that's the, I don't want to kill you.
Yeah. Which is hard. That's
Probably
hard.
impossible.
Right.
Harder than
So,
third.
and I don't know what she understands.
Well, once I actually get
It's not necessarily us going out and collecting.
it'll actually, it'll feel slower in the lower
Really
rib range,
now.
but then it'll pull
We
all
also
the way
don't
throughout
have
the gears, so that means in the air, it won't be as jerky.
We pull one off
You wanna do it.
and then like we put a new one on, but we need that one that we just
Yeah.
put down. So that becomes-
It does. How often do we have to? How often do we have to?
I mean, I think the last time I talked to her, we definitely came to August 15th when we were gonna start. And I was like, it's realistically gonna take us.
Yeah, my flight got delayed 8 hours. And then the girl that I'm living
You know,
with,
and then like, work, I have to like.
her flight, she was coming out of Mississippi
I'm
and
waiting on him for his monthly trip job. Just necessarily go.
Which we don't want, right? We don't want to just walk.
And so I didn't end up with touring because of the time that was perfect.
Yeah, because you definitely not want to cancel.
I do.
So that's why I would like on the map, probably the time
I mean, we need more of these things so that, like, they get, they're just, Eduardo has a bunch of them and he pulls one out and puts it right in.
I don't know if I'm
Well,
like,
11, I like, I'm like,
Okay, and I thought it was gonna be worse.
send them.
Is your rent?
Sure, that's fine too.
I think we have one.
That's actually not as bad as I thought.
Maybe we have definitely one.
When they were going through it, like,
I know.
towards the beginning,
Yeah.
but.
How many girls videos?
I hope
Yeah, when I saw you, drooling over there, looking at the cute pictures of the deer, just imagine them all dead in a pile.
We need more safety there.
The house of. Oh.
I doubt if I'll ever get to it.
When's machine guns?
Thermal
Thermal scopes.
Boxes, you can do that year round.
Cause I met a woman who.
Coyotes.
There's a hand grenade season too, right? Oh, is that a wedding, Kevin? In Colorado. I was not in
Not
my peers.
Yes,
Not my
right.
peers.
Yeah.
And I'm at this table, we're all talking. The two guys are talking about hunting. I have nothing to add, but one of their fathers owns like 800 square miles of oil.
Yeah.
He's talking about
Katie was there.
one of his favorite ways to do hogs is with a mounted machine gun from a private.
Where are they? Texas?
Yeah. But
I'm
he
leaving
goes out with his
tomorrow.
friends with like
I'm done.
a mounted.
Private helicopter.
Oh, am I
mounted
gonna
machine
miss?
gun.
Yeah, that's what
I'm
I said,
sorry.
yeah.
Sorry.
Like,
He's
he's like,
Actually,
well, like, it is, I don't.
Defenders of wildlife have what they call it aerial gun.
Yeah, well,
They call it aerial.
Yeah.
I hope y'all hungry.
Oh, always, man.
Yeah,
No
we got
problem.
curry chicken, jerk chicken, rice and beans.
Well, these guys, they own their
Green
own
bean
stuff.
patties.
They have helicopters, they have multiple helicopters.
They can play the go, you know what I'm saying? I don't have no limit full, but there's some hand sanitizer over there by the plate.
Yeah, right? Holy cow.
CJ, are those big telemetry receivers, the ones that are cabled, are they good to go? We do have more than those. We have like 6.
It might be a little big to hang on the hypoxia.
Yeah.
But they could.
But they can go
They're
big.
honest, I don't know what we are.
Right. You know where the bathroom?
Yep, so go down first left and it's in that hallway.
Kevin, why don't we do this? This is the best, man.
What's that? We have, actually, when the internship program was much smaller, we just got together at the Fish Shack, ordered pizzas.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I actually do, cycle in Maryland.
Oh, this is good. Mhm. Feels good, man.
Right, you got it. I get it.
Sympathize with my scenes.
Yeah, of course. That makes sense.
She, I guess, her year.
So you got like
the key.
So hard.
I think Noah some of it, like, pull up.
I go up there. I know, like.
Yeah, yeah, opportunity.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, right across the room.
Oh, I never said that. I always see that.
Yeah, there's one is, this one, buoys, oceanographic conservation, and then there's a fisheries science center.
I was gonna say there's
Yeah.
something fisheries, yeah.
Now I know what that building is for.
Yeah.
I wish them more.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will say it's probably the best bar in, there, that big bar.
What is it, like the?
It's like tucked under Rasmus.
Yeah.
And it has like the balcony hanging out over the.
Right, with the full view of the city.
Yeah, it's pretty. That's pretty checking out.
Evan, are you not gonna get in?
Eventually, a little.
Hey.
But real people who really work
Or something.
first.
Wait, what's that supposed to be?
You really work, you really work.
Somewhere.
This is the most strategic seat I could have gotten. I'm pretty stoked.
Are you all originally from down there?
No. My mom's from Massachusetts, and my dad's from here. They both wanted warm weather. So they went.
I don't know.
Yeah, I get it.
Uh-huh. It looks awesome. It's even better than it looks.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Where's this from?
I didn't know.
That's not. It's
Yeah, buddy.
There's no way. There's no way it's Popeyes.
Hey, hey.
Zero chance. That was just a bag.
Of course.
Beans are right.
Where are you? Are you here?
I was over in there actually weeks ago.
Did we do that
Yeah.
building again?
Yeah, well, I just don't even stay over.
Really?
Yeah.
Randy, where's this food from?
Dude, Kevin and I.
Where the hell is that?
Beans.
You tell Judy. I know, right? Incredible. Oh, hell. Oh, really? Yeah. All right, I gotta hit that. By the way, your headshots are gorgeous. What's the one with the mountains?
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say.
Oh, yeah.
Gorgeous. It's not Photoshop.
No, I know. I can tell it was real. It was crazy though.
A lot of.
Oh, yeah.
You good?
Katie, you gotta get in.
I helped build a program as a kid, and one of the points is taking out the water. That's actually one thing we really
Yeah.
But I'm really keen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. Between me and the net.
Oh, is that right? Congratulations.
I told my dad, I said, go ahead.
Well, we can.
I can tell the smell.
Judy's, by the way, Glen Burnie.
Okay.
I've never been there, but I'll tell you what. Go.
Really? That's, yes.
You're gonna
Yeah. So.
This summer.
Oh, man.
Hey, I was thinking.
The policy, so. But actually, I don't know if that question.
Man down.
Yeah.
You going to Amsterdam? Went 3 days in Amsterdam. Awesome city, incredible. I'll go back in a heartbeat.
No,
It's just beautiful too. Yeah, it's just gorgeous. People are super nice. Red light district. Like you have this like, especially as an American, you're like, oh, it's crazy there. I know it's gonna be, it's crazy.
I worked with
Absolutely
a
wild.
woman in,
Oh, you did, huh?
Not from the, she grew up there. And,
Right on.
And I always, like, had a lot to say about it.
Was she really tall?
Particularly because.
Sometimes, like they're the tallest on average in the world. And every once in a while, I was walking down there and it's a giant. Oh, that's a big boy. It's like 6'9".
I'll say hello.
Yeah.
Tell everybody that.
I think their average, like the average, is like 6 feet.
So I was just gonna actually ask Randy, what time do you want to get started again?
12:45 is the.
12:45? Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
You wanna start then?
Well, we can give it 5
Maybe,
extra,
yeah.
5 to 10 minutes. I got a little
I
wiggle.
told,
We can.
I told people online like 12:50.
So, yeah, so great. It was interesting enough, you know?
No idea.
Katie,
Lots of stuff.
There's some pineapple ginger juice over there too, if y'all want.
How are you?
One of the things
I've
that
got
is like
something for you.
unique, they do this from bitter balm.
Yeah, from, yeah.
Like you drink, you eat them with beer. Oh, bitter balm, bitter, you know? It's like a fried, maybe minced meat ball thing. It's really good. It's got veal in it.
Next time.
Really good. Great for beer.
Right.
And we went to Brussels. By train.
You're covered.
I
At all. But like,
All right, we're gonna get back
But
started
I mean,
here.
it really is. I was doing laundry and I saw water in the ground. Oh, no, like 14 washing.
Oh, yeah.
There's like
It's the second property.
pretty steady.
The first one, I was like, oh, it's salt water. So I got to figure out. They were like, aren't you excited? I'm like, no.
Kinda lame. And I was like, I'm gonna.
The second one though, the second one is, so they have on one side, they have a skate forest. On the other side, there's a creek that you can literally like put kayaks in on and stuff. You can float it if you want. They've got like a big pasture, there's two fenced in pastures, there's an old barn. There's like an entire warehouse, like concrete.
Sorry you all that
poured in,
came
stuff
virtual,
like that,
you weren't
that
able
I guess
to
can
get
play
in
with.
through, but maybe next time.
They're building a house on it right now too.
Yeah. Wait, did you live in there or did you live?
My mom has lived in Georgia and not left Georgia for like 4 years. My dad is no back, but.
Not up. But if anybody wants to join us after everyone's done their presenting, we're gonna all go down and do a little canoeing. Just like we did to start the summer off. Excuse me, we started our orientation off with everybody went canoeing afterwards. That was kind of like our little activity. I have a change of clothes this time. I did learn from that experience. But yeah, so it should be fun. It's just right down the street. And we could all leave and carpool or ride down there. So we're in the second half of things, and we have to start it off is Anna. And I'll turn it over to you. Did you want to introduce anything?
No, man, just excited to hear what Anna has to say in this polished format. And, you know, everybody online, hopefully you can hear us loud and clear. And you can see the presentation now. Did you unmute us? I did. Yeah, thanks to Anna, though. Right? That was a reminder that we all needed. Yeah, so with that, I'm handing it over.
Great. Well, thank you, Randy and Bart, for that introduction. My name is Anna. I'm the field intern for the NOAA Chesapeake Bay office this summer. And I was mentored by Jay Lazar, and we worked on the rapid assessment of oyster reef habitat in Harris Creek. So just a little bit about myself. I am currently a senior at Duke University studying environmental science. I became interested in this internship after taking classes in marine ecology, and I found that I really enjoyed being outdoors and want to get more experience in fieldwork and coastal restoration. And post-graduation, I'm hoping to enter the workforce to get more experience in coastal ecology, GIS, possibly the government or nonprofit sector. So just to introduce our project, our goal this summer was to assess restored oyster reef habitat in Harris Creek using a rapid assessment protocol. So just to kind of situate ourselves on that map, that star represents where we are in Edgewater, and then outlined in blue is the sanctuary of the Harris Creek tributary. So oyster restoration in Harris Creek first began in 2012, and since then, those reefs have been monitored for certain success metrics, such as oyster density. For example, 15 live oysters per square meters representing a sort of minimum threshold, and 50 live oysters per square meters representing a target threshold. And these reefs have been monitored traditionally using methods such as dive surveys and patent tongs. So that kind of brings us to our first research question this summer. We wanted to know, in 2022, 10 years post-initial restoration, how are those oyster reefs doing? What's the quality of the oyster reef habitat in Harris Creek? So to answer that question, I want to introduce the Rapid Assessment Protocol. So this Rapid Assessment Protocol, or RAP, is an alternative method of assessing oyster habitat quality. It was first developed by our colleague Matthew Ogburn and his lab at the Smithsonian Environmental Research Center. And basically what it involves is attaching 2 GoPro cameras pictured on the right to this white PVC frame. And then for every reef site we're interested in, we'll drop this rig underwater, collect GoPro video imagery, and pull the rig back up. Later on, we'll pull the photos from the videos and assign each photo a habitat quality score from 0 to 3 based on level of oyster shell coverage and reef height. So the RAP has a couple things going for it. It's more efficient than traditional monitoring methods, such as the dive survey reefs you mentioned. It's habitat focused, and it also is non-destructive to the reef itself. So I want to emphasize that this rapid assessment protocol is not meant to replace it is not meant to replace traditional monitoring methods. However, it can be used in hybrid in conjunction with these methods, and possibly it's just another tool in our toolbox to assess how the oyster reefs are doing. So we deployed the rapid assessment protocol at 516 sites in Harris Creek, stratified across 5 treatments. Those treatments are stone, seed only, mixed shell, not restored, but still within the sanctuary, and not restored harvest. So stone means that we're just laying down stone substrate for spat or baby oysters to grow on. Seed only means that just spat growing on shell were planted. Mixed shell refers to crushed up mixture of shell, and not restored sanctuary means that this site was still located within the Harris Creek tributary that blue boundary, if you remember earlier, just receiving treatment, and not restored harvest means that it was located outside the Harris Creek sanctuary. So CERC had previously monitored 50 sites in Harris Creek. So we consulted with CERC and our partners to distribute our 516 sites across the 5 treatments. And you can see that the stone treatments make up the most of our sites. So once we had our sites, our next step was to collect the GoPro videos. So that involved just going out and boat into Harris Creek, drop the rig underwater, and I can see what was going on in real time using our live stream camera monitoring and see when we had a good image. And then later on, I'll go through those photos and assign habitat scores from 0, 1, 2, or 3. So 0 means that no oysters were present. It was just bare sediment and mud. 1 means that there was less than 50% oyster shell coverage. 2 means that there was greater than 50% oyster shell coverage and the height, but however, the height was less than 1 adult oyster. And 3 means that there was both greater than 50% coverage and the height being at least 1 adult oyster. So those 3 sites are the ones that are going to represent our healthiest reefs, the most complex, the best habitat quality. And after scoring all the photos, I input the site coordinates and each of their habitat scores into GIS so we can see spatially how the scores and points are distributed. So over the course of 8 field days, we visited 574 sites and collected GoPro videos. So of those 574 sites, 484, or about 85%, were usable, meaning that the video quality underwater, visibility underwater, is good enough to score a photo. And we averaged around 20 sites per hour, which is pretty efficient. So here's just a sample of some of the photos that we collected. So you can see on the very far left, very complex looking oyster reef habitat, a blue crab in the middle, and then on the right, there's some fuzzy bryozoans growing in this habitat. But now we want to see how the treatment type of a certain site impacts the habitat scores. So these pie charts represent each treatment and how the scores are distributed for each treatment. So sites that scored 0 in that treatment are represented in red. 1s are orange, 2s are yellows, and 3s are green. So I'll just let you take a look at that for a second. And I want to draw your attention to the stone sites. So as you can see visually, 185 out of the 198 sites, around 93% of those sites scored 3. And again, our 3 sites are our best looking reefs. So that's great news for stone sites. It also means that stone treatments sites with the stone treatment had the highest average habitat score, as well as the least variation in scores. So all in all, great news for the stone. Here's what that data looks spatially in GIS. We have each field point, and each point is color coded based on what score it received. So the green points are the 3s, and those points are overlaid on top of our treatment sites, so you can kind of see spatially how things distribute. I also linked our field points to the most recent I also linked a few points to oyster density data and calculated the oyster density for each site that scored 0, 1, 2, and 3 and visualized that distribution. So on the bottom x-axis, we have habitat score. On the y-axis, we have live oyster density per square meter. And the green line represents that 15 oysters per meter squared minimum threshold. Blue line represents that 50 target threshold. So based on this graph, we see that scores of 3 have the greatest live oyster density. But not only that, most 3 scores are exceeding the target threshold of 50, which could have interesting implications. So we have all this data. What does it mean for the quality of oyster habitat in Harris Creek? Well, we see that the stone sites are doing pretty well, and that makes a lot of sense because baby oysters can then grow on stone and keep up with sedimentation and good substrate. So it could mean that possibly we prioritize stone treatments for future restoration plans. And then we also know that most 3 scores exceeded the target metrics for live oyster density. So that invites us to reflect on whether we need to revise this target metric depending on our future restoration goals. In terms of the rapid assessment protocol and how that can help us assess oyster habitat quality, well, this project proved that this alternative method is efficient, even in the summer when our visibility underwater is expected to be poor. So again, we average around 20 sites per hour, which is pretty great. And it has a lot of benefits as a diagnostic tool in the future to be combined with different traditional monitoring methods. So just reflecting on this internship, I feel that I developed the greatest competencies in systems thinking, professional development, and civic responsibility. It's a great experience to just kind of synthesize all this knowledge about oyster restoration, interact with a lot of different community partners, and just be a part of GOA's mission to protect the environment. And I just want to say that I'm so grateful that I got to make most of my experience here in Maryland, whether it's playing in the band with Bart and John down in Oxford, visiting aquarium, going paddleboarding. I feel very welcome in the community, and I hope that future interns can have as great an experience. I just want to give special thanks to my mentor, Jay Lazar, my field team, Paco, Max, and Jake, without whom I would still be out in Harris Creek collecting videos, our collaborators at CERC, Matt, Allison, and Lily, everyone at the Cooperative Oxford Lab, especially John Jacobs, Winona Cruz, Howard Townsend, and Rose Adlizzi. Special thanks to Brandy and CRC for organizing this internship, and then finally to Bart Merrick, Michaela Jones, and Rose Adlizzi for making my time in Oxford so lovely. Thank you.
Okay. So we do have a few minutes for questions. If anybody wants to put anything into the chat online, we can read that off again, and then in the room.
Can we put the camera, let's share your screen? You want to share your screen?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Could you recommend that you do this not just in the summer, but like seems, I mean, like, visibility is pretty impressive.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
But
so.
I was wondering if you had those clear spring or fall days, because you don't need to get the water, so.
Yeah, so the monitoring that CERC had done with their 50 points, that was actually conducted in the fall, I think November, and their images were just
crystal clear.
They were great. So I think out of our 8 field days that spent out there were 2 days that the visibility was just really bad. But luckily we had the opportunity to go out and revisit those sites and just kind of redo those sites. So that was the benefit of having the time and resources and capacity that we had this summer to do it now.
And demonstrated pretty unequivocally that the sanctuaries work. I mean, you.
Yeah.
In and of itself.
Yeah, we love seeing those green sites. Max?
Are there other people who have like reached out and like interested in doing this kind of work, or do you know other people who do this type of photo work? It seems like it's, from what I saw on the boat, it seemed like a really cool way to look at reefs.
So far, I know that because this method was pioneered at CERC, it's mostly been our partners, Albert, Allison, Tracy, and who have kind of continued this work. I know there's interest in applying this protocol possibly towards citizen science monitoring. I don't know if Bart, you want to say more about that?
I mean, yeah, just like the cost and the ease of it could lend itself nicely to other groups kind of getting out there and digging in on it.
Right. If you have a GoPro, just.
Yeah.
Fisheries, I mean, at a larger scale, does this kind of drop cam work and incorporates artificial intelligence on a lot of the offshore like scallop fisheries and things like that. And it's a little bit more intensive there, but it seems like there's precedent.
Cool. I have a question. So you mentioned this wouldn't necessarily replace the traditional methods of monitoring, right? It's another quiver in our toolbox. So why would we need to continue doing those traditional methods? Or what do traditional methods, the diving and the pet and talk, give us that this doesn't?
Yeah, so the benefit of the traditional methods like diver surveys, pantoms, is that they can provide quantitative metrics such as live oyster count, biomass, oyster density. So even though I calculated oyster density in this project, that was done using previously collected data. I just kind of linked it in GIS using spatial tools. So this rapid assessment protocol is very much a qualitative score, but if we want to get those like hard numbers, then we still need those traditional methods.
I'd say qualitative, I mean, we score seagrass, that SAV with, same kind of 1 to 3 categorization, so it's fairly quantitative. I wouldn't discount it. I think it's important. And if you look at all the coral reef monitoring, process kind of telemetry stuff, and one of the great advantages of coral reef stuff is they've done it for 20 years, they've archived, and so you can look at change over time with these GPS positions and go back and see the live coral cover change over time. So I think one thing you ought to consider is how you archive these images for future, think 20 years. What's somebody going to do? You're going to be able to locate, relocate that, find that data, those images 20 years from now, because that'll be important.
Yeah, so something that I want to continue working on as I'm wrapping up this internship is attaching the images of the sites in GIS, so that when you click on point in GIS, you pull up the image. And I think would provide really useful record.
Can I just one quick one? Did you feel like the sampling design that you employed, gives you is there any way to determine with that sampling design how characteristic of the overall restoration site the points that you looked at, how comfortable would you say? Were you able to do any kind of stats or power kind of analyses or anything like that, or do you think there are opportunities to do that, to say this in fact is representative of this site?
Yeah, so I don't have any actual stats to present, but I do know that these points were chosen, allocated across treatments in consultation with the 50 sites that SERC did, and then also the Maryland Oyster Working Group. And the sites that we chose and how they're distributed is kind of like a compromise between those two.
Thanks.
You're right. That's how the SAP do the correlation.
Cool. All right. Thank you very much, Anna. So I think, actually, I know. Next up, we got Michaela Jones, who also was another intern with the NOAA Chesapeake Bay office and worked with Lauren Taneyhill and some others on some traditional ecological knowledge. And so, are you feeling ready, Michaela? Oh, we can't hear you right now. Let me see. Keep going. Nope. Are you going fancy? If you keep chatting, I'll let you know when we're good.
She's not.
Yeah,
It's not on our end though, is it? Can we hear anybody else? Test.
Yeah, I'll get somebody else. To say
Yeah. Yeah, maybe actually, yeah, that's a good suggestion. So maybe if somebody that is in the Zoom online can quickly come off and just give a quick shout, like Will, or I saw David Bruce just signed on, just to make sure that the audio on this end is working. Uh-oh.
Your audio is fine.
Okay. Okay. Yep, Jay, we hear you well. All right.
I may want to try.
that sounds like God.
Yeah, I thought it was just Jay.
Back on, join with the right audio, maybe. leave the meeting and come back in.
Sorry, Bill, you got it.
Oh, yeah, she is muted.
She is now. She wasn't until like.
Okay, what about now? Can anyone hear me?
Gotcha. You're here.
Okay, good, okay. Okay, awesome. I don't know what happened. Okay, let me just share my screen. Okay, can everyone see that? Okay.
Yep. We can see it. It's a little small, but it's fine. We can see it.
I'm not sure what you mean by small here. Is this?
It's good.
Is it taking up the whole screen?
Oh, there it is. Good. Perfect. Got bigger. Thank you.
Okay, amazing. Okay, hi everyone. I'm Michaela Jones, and today I'll be talking about my work this summer to develop best practices for engaging with traditional ecological knowledge and also traditional knowledge holders. Before I dive in, I want to give a little background about myself. I'm a current student at Pitzer College, which is one of the 5 Claremont colleges in Southern California. I'm majoring in environmental analysis and American studies, and I will be a junior in the fall. This summer, I was the community partnerships intern at the NOAA Chesapeake Bay office. I've been drawn to environmental work since I was little. I've always loved animals and being outside. This is a picture of me dressed up as Jane Goodall when I was younger. And though I grew up in New England, I spent every summer visiting my grandparents on the Eastern Shore, so I consider Maryland to be my second home. And I was drawn to this internship in part because of the chance to do environmental work in a place that I care deeply about. And I was also drawn to my particular internship because of its interdisciplinary nature. A lot of my college work thus far has been at the intersection of environmental and social science. And though I'm not sure what I want to do after my career, I want my career to involve both of these things. So my role as the community partnerships intern involved investigating best practices for engaging with Indigenous people and local communities, and also with traditional ecological knowledge. And I worked to develop a report detailing these best practices. This work is helping to guide NCBO's expanding efforts to engage with Indigenous, tribal, and other underrepresented communities in the Chesapeake Bay region, especially as NOAA is beginning work to reach out to communities in the Middle Peninsula, where the newest NOAA Habitat Focus area is located. This is a map of the new HFA, and there are 3 tribes located within the Middle Peninsula: the Mattaponi, Upper Mattaponi, and the Pamunkey. So I also wanted to give a brief definition of traditional ecological knowledge, also known as TEK or TEK, as I'll be referring to it. TEK is both knowledge and ways of knowing acquired through lived experience in a specific location or environment. So for example, TEK might convey both where to fish and also how to find a good fishing spot. It can take a lot of different forms. It's sometimes passed along through mediums like stories, songs, dance, and it's also often embedded in cultural values and community norms. So Indigenous peoples and tribal communities are the main holders of TEK, but a lot of local communities who have lived in a location for a long time often hold traditional knowledge as well. And TEK is really valuable because it provides a different perspective than Western science, and also a perspective from people who are often overlooked. It's also time-tested and adaptive, and it can help to contribute qualitative and historic baseline data that Western science might not provide, so it can be beneficial for things like community-specific monitoring. So my research methods and sort of daily activities involved conducting a literature review, informational interviews, and also having some casual conversations with staff at NCBO. So the literature review involved finding and reading really any sources that had any sort of information about TEK or about tribal engagement. Really any info I could get my hands on, I tried to take a look at, and my sources included things like journal articles, newspaper articles, websites, agency reports, case studies. My informational interviews were pretty casual conversations with those who have worked with Indigenous and local communities, people like tribal liaisons, and also people who have applied traditional knowledge to restoration and climate resilience work in their jobs. So this included people like NOAA staff from offices across the country, and also individuals from other federal agencies, as well as local universities. And then I also had some casual conversations with members of different NCBO teams. And this really helps me to clarify my thinking and also just get a better sense of how the Chesapeake Bay office currently views tribal engagement and how they see tribal engagement work expanding in the future. So as I mentioned, the culmination of this work is a report summarizing the best practices that I've found and developed through my readings and conversations. The report is broken up into 3 different sections. I have a section about building relationships with TEK holding communities, a section about doing projects and research with TEK holders, and then also a section that includes NCBO specific recommendations. And each section includes best practices that are really action oriented. I wanted this to be a report with information that staffers could actually put to use. And each section also includes some real life examples and case studies based on the experiences of people I've talked to this summer. So I want to dive in a little bit to each section of my report. I unfortunately don't have time to go over all the best practices, but I think I managed to summarize them and the ones that I found most important. So as I said, the first section is about building relationships with TEK holding communities. And I think building relationships is probably the most important part of working with TEK holders and tribes. It can be really hard to get things done without strong relationships, and sometimes it's hard to even know what you can work together on without those relationships being established first. And it's also really important to build trust with communities that have been harmed by the federal government over the past few hundred years. So one of the biggest things I've learned this summer is that these relationships can take a really long time to be built, sometimes many years. So an important best practice is to exercise patience and persistence, and remember that tribes in particular are on a different timeline. Tribal members are often very busy with things like building their own sovereign governments. So another best practice is to not wait for tribes to come to you. And this can involve conducting proactive outreach with appropriate points of contact, like a tribe's natural resource director. It's also beneficial to go to community events and also invite tribal members to NOAA events, just so these casual conversations can gradually turn into relationships. Another important best practice is to respect and seek to understand tribal customs. Tribes often have different perceptions of time, different ways of conducting meetings. They might want to start with a prayer, for example. Tribes often have different ideas about what is polite and what is not. Some tribes, for example, like the Ojibwe, expect a gift or an offering of tobacco at the beginning of a meeting and believe this shows respect. One of the people I spoke to would bring fresh fruit to Indigenous Alaskans when meeting with them because that's what they said they wanted. And another important best practice is to practice intentional and accessible communication by introducing yourself as an individual and more than just as your NOAA title, by listening actively, finding out what a tribe wants, and also by not expecting Indigenous peoples and tribal communities to use the language of Western science. So my second section is about best practices for conducting conservation, restoration, and research projects with tribes. Some of the best practices here involve setting expectations up front by going to tribes early and often before a project starts is probably best. And also by being honest about what NOAA can and cannot do. Another great best practice is to let tribal members lead where you can. Tribes can help to dictate the direction of projects based on what they might need help with and what they're interested in. And tribal members can also help with things like data collection and writing sections of a report or a study. A great best practice is to plan ahead and be flexible. It's great to create a project plan that everyone can agree to ahead of time, but it's also important to remember that this might not be followed exactly, and changes happen when working with communities who have a lot of different ideas about what they want to be working on. It's also really important to protect data sovereignty and remember that traditional knowledge belongs to those who are sharing it with you and not to NOAA. And so it's a really important thing to credit and compensate people who are sharing their knowledge with you and ask how they want to be credited. And finally, it's really important to make findings accessible, both by applying Indigenous voice and style to final products, including native words and language in a final report, and also by sharing findings with all collaborators in a way that everyone can access. So remembering that not everyone has access to the internet or to a computer. And finally, I wanted to include some recommendations for NCBO. There's a lot that NOAA can be doing to expand tribal engagement, but I wanted to focus on the office where I was working. So some of these recommendations include developing internal capacity for tribal engagement by hiring more people with tribal and community engagement experience, and also setting aside more time for relationship building and the casual conversations that go along with that. Another recommendation is to improve and expand staff training, especially trainings related to tribal and community engagement and things like data sovereignty. It would be great for NCBO to develop tribal engagement resources like land acknowledgements that they can include in written documents, and also create sort of shorter documents for local tribes that explain what NCBO does and what NCBO can offer. And finally, it's great if NCBO works to provide trainings and other information about grants and funding opportunities to tribes. My hope is really that my project will help to kickstart NCBO's efforts to be more inclusive of Indigenous and tribal communities and think more about how to incorporate traditional ecological knowledge. But I think probably the most important first step, as I said, is relationship building, and everything else will kind of follow from that. I wanted to briefly touch on the competencies I developed this summer. The first one is multicultural awareness. I think my project really emphasized the importance of cultural thoughtfulness when engaging with tribes and other traditional knowledge holders. And it also showed the value of diverse perspectives in environmental work. The second is knowledge synthesis and systems thinking. My work provided a great opportunity for me to practice evaluating and synthesizing different ideas and information. And the last one is professional development. I was exposed to a lot of different environmental jobs this summer, which helped me to expand my understanding of the environmental field and also where I might want to go after college. And lastly, I just want to briefly reflect on this summer. I feel really grateful for all I've gained, competencies and otherwise. I feel really lucky to have spent the summer in a place that I really love. I also met a lot of wonderful people at NCBO and at NOAA offices across the country. I learned a lot more about the environmental field and also a ton more about tribal engagement. And I'm really leaving NOAA with a greater desire to be part of environmental protection work that includes everyone and is accessible to all. And lastly, I just want to thank everyone who made this summer possible. I want to give a big thank you, especially to my mentor, Lauren Hill. She provided constant support, encouragement, and guidance this summer, and I feel really lucky to have worked with someone that I admire so much. I also want to thank Bart, Randy, the numerous people who shared their knowledge and information with me during this project, Anna for exploring Oxford with me, and also the many family, friends, and other people at NOAA who made my summer wonderful. So thank you.
Thank you, Michaela. So again, like if anybody has questions, they want to drop them in the chat. I invite you absolutely to do so. And kind of poking around the room, seeing if anybody has anything that they want to ask about.
I would just add real quick one great comment, one little comment. Great job on your presentation. Is the importance of working with Indigenous or just Indigenous people or people in community relations who have relationships in the communities that you're targeting. That's a very key aspect to that process. And sometimes I think it gets looked over. You'll have people who have great communication skills and great community skills, but they may necessarily be from an entirely different region than where they're slammed at to do a project or working. And it kind of puts them at a position where they now have to kind of go to work again to find people who have these trusted relationships in these communities that, and where these pockets of resources are. But if you have somebody that's actually from the actual region that you're targeting, then now on top of all of the other positive things, they also have the ability to make those relationships or even be able to find where, opportunities are. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's very hard to do that if you don't know nobody in the area, you don't know who's who, you don't know the lay of the land, and nobody trusts you. So a lot can be done, or a lot can be overachieved just by simply putting somebody in a position that everybody knows and everybody already trusts, and is from that region. So just throw that out there.
So there is a question in the chat from Kristen, and you can probably read that or see that just as well as I can, but like, what is the best way to approach, a tribe to begin working that way?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think probably the most important thing is to go in without like expectations of like, this is what we're going to be working on. And that can be really hard when NOAA and different agencies have all these goals. But I think tribes respond best when like you just want to talk to them and like get to know them before you want to work on a project. So kind of just going in with like, we just want to have this conversation, like we have these shared goals of like protecting oysters or like restoring this habitat. And then kind of seeing where the relationship goes in terms of like what projects are happening is always a good idea. Yeah.
I have one question. So, Michaela, you focused on the tribes that are within the Middle Peninsula. Is there a resource? Because I'm woefully ignorant of the named tribes that are in the Chesapeake watershed. Is there a resource where I could find that out?
Yeah, that's a good question. I didn't find a resource that had like information about all the tribes in kind of like one central location. I think most tribes probably have at least a website. So these three in the Middle Peninsula all have a website, and there are some resources out there. So I'm hoping that my report is a good place to kind of find information about those particular tribes. But yeah, I never found any sort of place where we can kind of like learn about all the different tribes in the Chesapeake Bay.
It would be nice to do something like Brianna Yancey and her team are doing with building out that GIS-based platform to look for.
We have tribes on that too.
You do have tribes? Well, there you go.
Yeah, I think they're getting to like really hurry and get that out there.
Okay.
Brian Hamilton, the RTOC coordinator for Region 3, can get you a list of the federally recognized tribes, but it won't capture, there's a whole lot more, not, just state recognized tribes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that is an important point that Sean's making. There's a lot more information about federally recognized tribes, but there are a lot of state recognized tribes that have a lot of good information to share as well.
Yeah, and this might be a quick question, but another one from Kristen just about like a hierarchy of who to approach first, like that is recommended when you're reaching out. And,
yeah, I think that touches on Randy's comment about like trying to reach out to people that you already have connections with. So like if there's any people that already are connected with the tribe, trying to like talk to them and go through them. I also think it's a great idea to reach out to natural resource directors at tribes. Most tribes, especially the federally recognized ones, have someone in that role, so they can be a great person to talk to.
All right, awesome. Well, thank you very much, Michaela. Good to see you. Good to hear you. Sure, and one more. Yeah, I think
Two more.
Two more. Like I think Khadijah is online. That's right.
Yeah.
So Khadijah, you're there.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Are you gonna pull yours up? Your slideshow?
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Khadijah, then Katie.
Are you next? Are you okay? Are you okay to go after her, or you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. I don't know how to.
Yeah, we're like 15 minutes behind. Well, actually more than that, 25 minutes behind.
You guys can hear me, right?
Yep, we got you.
Okay, great. Close that. Let me share my screen. All right, how's everyone doing? I will be presenting on preserving African American history on the Bay. A little bit about myself. My name is Khadijah. I am a student at Morgan State University. My major is urban planning and my career goal is environmental planning. Let's see. So my internship was located at the Maryland State Archives, and the project that I worked on was I worked on a project of Blacks of the Chesapeake Foundation, Cars Beach. The purpose of the project is to a collaboration between the Maryland State Archives and a community partnership with the Blacks of the Chesapeake Foundation to create an online digital exhibit of Cars Beach. And the goal of this internship was to learn about historic preservation and natural resources conservation in a community setting. Well, that's the reason, that's what attracted me to this internship specifically. So a little bit of historical background, because most of what I worked on was Cars Beach, which is a historic beach. It was prominent back in the early 1900s. It's a 180-acre waterfront property that was purchased in 1902 by enslaved Frederick Carr and his wife, Murray Wells. In 1930, the land was established as Cars Beach, and this was one of the few beaches that African Americans could go to for waterfront recreation during a time of segregation and Jim Crow laws. So the beach was established in 1930 and ran until about maybe the 1960s, where it was still popular. And a lot of famous musicians and artists would come to Cars Beach to perform, for example, Aretha Franklin, James Brown, and many others. So the Cars Beach legacy lives on through the efforts of the Blacks of the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, which was founded by Vince Leggett, who has worked over 15 years to maintain its historical legacy. So Cars Beach, where the red arrow is located on the neck of Annapolis, alongside or nearby other beach subdivisions. The activities that I did during my internship, I spent a lot of time digitizing historical images of Cars Beach. I worked with Corey Lewis of the State Archives, where I went through stacks, like tons of boxes, picking out pictures that would best represent Cars Beach for this, for the digital exhibit. One thing that I did like about digging through all the pictures, I got to use my judgment for what would best represent Cars Beach. In addition to that, it was almost like working with a client where I was able to understand what they wanted, and it was my goal and task to translate their desires as best in this exhibit. I also contributed to coordination and planning of community events and efforts to commemorate Cars Beach. I participated in community events that also fostered partnerships and participation of minorities on the waterfront. So in the pictures where you see a lot of the youth, this was a National Geographic summer camp. It was a photographic summer camp where youth from different states came to participate in a one-week camp where they learned about photography. And then the picture below in the blue shirt is Vince, who's speaking. He's the founder of Blacks of the Chesapeake. I worked alongside him quite a lot. And this was at a golfing fundraiser where a lot of people came out in support of the Cars Beach project. Oh, I think I'm going too far ahead. Okay. All right, as a result of working with Vince in the Cars Beach project, all of the efforts that he has been producing, worked in all to preserve the legacy of Cars Beach. He also worked alongside the Chesapeake Conservancy and with the support of the city of Annapolis and the state of Maryland, parcel, which is the last remaining parcel of one of the historic Black beaches, Altonia Beach, will be turned into a city park. With this part of the beach becoming a historic, becoming a city park, the public will gain greater access to natural resources and celebrate a rich history of African American culture. This is also important because the utilization of underutilized spaces, green space, will serve to benefit the environment and public in the near and long term. What I learned during my internship was the purpose of the archives, because initially when I walked in there, it just looked like a humongous library. But I later learned that the archives is purposeful for preservation, resources, and conservation. At one time I was working in there, there was a community group and they were trying to study their family tree because they found out that a lot of them are related, or some people in the community are related, but they did not realize they were related. So they were doing some of that research. The archives also contains like land plats and a lot of just so many documents that, I mean, anyone could find use for. I also learned about the need for community partnerships, how I got to see Mr. Leggett work. He maintained a presence in the community, and I believe that him having that community presence led to his participation with the National Geographic photo camp, which only happens like, it happens in different countries. Like the next time the photo camp will happen will probably be in some country in Africa. So that they selected Annapolis, I thought that was a big deal. I also learned about the importance of building and maintaining networks, also possessing a space for the youth to grow and develop, and gaining comfort in engaging and observing members of the community that speak from a historical lens and understand how every community deserves a voice. I would like to thank Corey Lewis, who I worked side by side with at the State Archives, and Vince Leggett, the founder of the Blacks of the Chesapeake, I work with quite often as well, and Randy Rao for helping me with my project and giving me great tips and information. And any questions?
Thank you, DJ.
And so, does anybody have any comments, questions? Of course, y'all know I got something to say.
That Cars Beach is, I just looked on the map, it's all big development now, so it's not even accessible to anybody, right? It's all private.
Yeah, Cards Beach has been, a lot of that property has been bought by private developers, but Elktonia Beach, which was still like an African-American, well, where African-Americans would still, they would use that space as the beach. There's like one, it was in the picture, but there's a cottage there that is privately owned. And right now I think Vince was trying to buy that property so they could use that space as the city park. So the city park will be located on the Elktonia premises and not the Cards Beach premise.
I couldn't find Elktonia on the map. Where is that?
Let me.
While he's doing that, I was just gonna share. So on the flip side of my last comment from the last presentation, the flip side of that is what you see with gentlemen like Vince Leggett, who is somebody who has those relationships and communities, has the capacity and has a trusted relationship. And you can see how it can be somewhat of a springboard to other activities. The easement that took place on that property is a larger movement that's going on locally around Chesapeake Bay to work with landowners, particularly Black and underserved landowners who have large amounts of land and have access to environmental outcomes and credits that they could actually do that could not only redevelop the property, redevelop the land, redevelop the sense of value in it, but also it's a great place to start to gather scientific data as well, especially in places that have been dormant for many, many years and kind of untouched.
So this is a close-up of Eltonia Beach. And then in the circle, like there's a map where you can get some orientation where Eltonia is. And this is like some of the land. It doesn't look like this now, but these are pictures from Vince. And this is probably about 10 years ago. And the second picture is a cottage that is still there, I believe. And then the third picture is a condominium that is still there. But this is the shoreline of Eltonia. And this is what will soon become a city park.
Very good.
Other questions? And so we do have one from Will Parsons, and he was asking roughly how many photos have you digitized? And do you have a favorite?
I probably went through over 100 photos. But my goal was to select pictures that were not anywhere else online, because Cars Beach photos they're not popular, but they can definitely be found. And I wanted this exhibit to be unique. So I don't know why I keep taking down my presentation, but I did put some pictures in there that I did like of Cars Beach. It almost sounded like a myth to me because I've never heard of it until I started working on the project.
So while she's pulling that up, another point I want to make is that a lot of times these dormant locations are also opportunities for a lot of research, in the sense that these places have been kind of untouched.
Okay, and so I really liked the picture of, like, you see the three people just sitting on the beach. I like that. And also the picture, I like all of these pictures actually. It was kind of different to see, an all Black beach, something that I've never seen before. So I felt as though those pictures stood out to me a lot. And the picture that is, let's see, the third, on the bottom row, the first picture, there's a photo album. And I know you guys probably can't see it too well, but there's the Ferris wheel. So Cars Beach was a very, very active beach. And I'm glad to see that that this beach will be turned into an actual exhibit so that people won't forget about its significance.
Yeah, there actually are many African-American historic locations. And that's why also this research is really important. And as a new partner, taking on this partner for our host site, is that much of this data that is collected will make the case for why funding should be allocated to these places and these projects. Resources should be poured into these projects and these communities. So a lot of times these historic African American and communities of color don't have the data that show why they should be invested in, or what their dilemmas are, what the challenges are, what their environment is facing, their ecology and things like that. So it's really important to get that base framework of knowledge to use to go for grants or go for funding or for allocating for proposals to city officials or what have you, to make an emphasis on some of these things. And we got to remember that Cars Beach, we act like this is it is an amazing thing. It's a very high profile situation, but we cannot forget that it was sparked out of racism. It was the whole reason why it existed is because of a very ugly situation that we were facing in this country, in this area, and right here in this region, whereas people of color could not go to Sandy Point. Sandy Point was not, people of color, Black people were not allowed to go to Sandy Point Beach. Also DNR, where I used to work at. DNR used to be a place that did not allow Black employees. And so they had white-only faucets. and Black-owned faucets in DNO. So, you know, a lot of these activities are sparked out of kind of not the best situations. And what you have happen at Cars Beach was people made the best of the situation. And so now it's something that is looked at as very, very hallmark and new. But, you know, it definitely wasn't birthed out of just some Black people wanting to call up James Brown and be like, yo, let's link up. You know what I'm saying? No, these high profile artists were coming to this area because these were people who were in a sense downtrodden and felt like they needed a little extra push and to feel like they were welcomed into this country, welcomed to the area, and very so that's why you had those high profile artists coming to this beach. And so yeah.
I like the fact that we're starting to see the, you know, these kind of archives that this is a forgotten history. I mean, this is a history that's been under the rug, out of sight, out of mind. This is great to be bringing it and I think, you know, this kind of project Tisha's doing is perfect because it puts it back, you know, with the visuals and the stories of Aretha Franklin, James Brown. That just makes it, that resonates.
Well, we've all seen the amount of funding that can go into projects that have these, that showcase their environmental issues. So I think the biggest plus that can come from these types of future activities like this, if communities are facing challenges with their environment, they can look into different historical activities in their area that were kind of hallmark and using that as a connector to connect community and science for funding or for whatever, you know, whatever may be needed to solve the issue or bring it to light. And it's a good way to connect with, you know, more diverse communities. It's a great way to bridge that gap by doing it. So.
I guess one of the things that I get excited about too, it's like, you know, in some ways, like Cars Beach and the other examples, it's almost like an asset-based approach to this. It's like, these are like, this is the awesome stuff that can happen. Like, even though it was born out of like racist circumstances, it's like there was community there. And it's like, we look at it like that's what we want to, you know, foster, right? And not foster the other part that led to that. But I think like, yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, and that's why I was saying earlier about consensus. If we can all have consensus as decision makers as to how and why things got into where they are today in the present, it's a real stepping stone into solutions. But we all got to just lay it all out on the table and see what's what, you know, and see how things got to be where they are. But,
yeah, Khadijah, you know, thank you so much for this presentation and this work. I think it was awesome. Thanks for the question.
While we have you on here, what's next for you? You have any plans in the future? Or
I really appreciate that this internship gave me a lot of background to Annapolis. Last summer, I worked with MSU Pearl and the Chesapeake Conservancy, and I found out that the Chesapeake Conservancy is actually working with the city of Annapolis to help develop the park plans. So because I kind of have a little bit more experience now, I'm hoping that I'll be able to possibly work for the city of Annapolis as a planner. I have one more semester to complete my master's degree, so I would, you know, really like to continue some work on the ground in Annapolis.
Okay, well, let me know. We can try to connect you with some people.
Kenisha, just since you mentioned that, yes, just last week I met with Jana Davis over at the Chesapeake Bay Trust, and she's working with the mayor to preserve and develop into a waterfront property a city-owned piece of land right next to Truxton Park, back up in Spa Creek. And they're working with the local housing authority, with the park, and with the city of Annapolis. And I mean, if you wanted to get in touch with Jana about that, I mean, I'm sure we could connect you with her.
Oh, that would be lovely. If you could put the information in the chat or leave something with Randy, I would definitely.
Yeah, I'll connect you with Mr. Corson in the email.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Sure. Cool.
Thank you. And Randy, I like how you brought it back to like data. Data is really important, right? To helping tell these stories and have an evidence basis to that. Katie Simi here has been working all summer with data. And so I'm let's turn the mic over to Katie, bring her up here to bring us home. And let me get your presentation.
Wait. Oh, I have something.
You have something? You have?
There's a link, don't share it yet.
Okay. Do I gotta stand up here and hold something? Because I will.
No, it's too long.
You sure?
Yeah, I'll put it up.
Actually, let's put it right.
He's pretty tall. You can hold it.
Can you, wait, don't share it.
I won't. So don't click on that.
Oh, yeah, can you click on it? I just wanted to see if the link worked. I wanted to make sure.
Okay.
Everybody see that?
So I should probably download this. Is that right?
Yeah.
All right.
Probably not, huh? Wow.
Uh-oh.
It's a link to my infographic, so I wanted to put it in the chat.
Okay. Where's that? Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
That one.
This one.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure it was.
Okay. Got it.
And then, could you open it in a tab so I could?
Okay. All right.
Okay, yeah.
That's what you want?
Yeah, could you put it in the chat so people can look
Yeah.
at it?
Is that where you want to start?
Not on that.
Okay.
But just so people can see it. Is this the one that does it?
Yeah, but I think because it was I think it was set up as a PDF, right?
Okay.
It might be weirder
Okay.
to do that. How do I know how I present from this? Like, how do you make it super
Yeah,
big?
hit the right click, I think.
Right click on it?
Yeah. Okay, now go to the thing in the corner. You might have to download it.
4%. I like it. Okay, so I'm gonna do that, and then let me go. Oops. Hang on. I gotta share. My fault. Share on the screen. Y'all should be able to see it in just a second.
It's the last time.
Yeah. Okay. All right, and now I'm going back to present. And handing over to Katie.
So you'll have to scroll.
Yeah, you just.
And this is the last one, right?
Yeah, bringing us home.
All right.
Hi, I'm Katie. I was at the NCBO office working under CJ, and I was doing visualizations of the hypoxia data from the hypoxia arrays that were deployed in May. So I just graduated from NC State, and I have degrees in marine science and physics, and I am going to continue on to get my PhD from the University of Miami. Again, it's kind of a theme today. So I'll be starting that in a couple weeks, and I'm from Northern Virginia, so all my coastal environment classes have been about the North Carolina coast and the environment there, and so I was kind of interested in seeing more about my own community and the environment, especially the Chesapeake Bay, so that's why I applied for this internship. So what is hypoxia? It is the absence of oxygen in a system, specifically the ocean for this case, and it's around 2 to 3 milligrams per liter. I made this little visualization, and as you can see, the fish at the top is experiencing really high temperatures. Hypoxia is really prevalent during the summertime, and so the fish is sweating, and he's going to move down, and if he moves down too deep, the dissolved oxygen levels will be too low and will suffocate, die. And so there's this habitable zone, which is the blue area, that there's a squeeze that they call it that occurs during the summer, or specifically during the summer, and so that's kind of what I was looking at, and with the data collected by the hypoxia arrays. So they're mainly caused by algal blooms and other factors that are anthropogenic, and yeah, I know. So this is a schematic of the hypoxia arrays that are in the water. Like I said, they're deployed in May, and there's 2 of them currently, but the office plans to deploy more. They collect dissolved oxygen, obviously the sensors do, and temperature and salinity and conductivity as well, which are pretty important. There's others, but these are most important. And so there's sensors at every meter, as you can see, and it kind of goes down all the way to the bottom so that you can see an entire profile of the dissolved oxygen and get a sense of where the hypoxia starts. So I made this in ArcGIS. It's just showing where the 2 arrays are. They surround the Goose's Reef Seabibs buoy, which is in the middle between the 2, and yeah, they're located around there. And they're called East Goose's and West Goose's. And so I got to do some field work this summer, which I would say is a highlight of what I did. And I think I had 5 trips. I tried to count, but I don't really remember. And there was a lot of work involved in maintaining these arrays, which I thought was really interesting, and it kind of gave insight on how many moving parts there are to data collection, data analysis, and everything in between. And so I got to do maintenance on the seabed buoys as well as the hypoxia arrays, and on the left is the setup to deploy the arrays into the water, and on the right is when the array is pulled up and you have to scrub all the barnacles off the sensors. So it was really interesting to see how that went about, and everything involved. It was pretty tedious, and so I'm really glad I got to see that and then go home and get to analyze the data because it really helped connect everything together. So the goal for the summer was to not only visualize the data for the science community, but also for the education community. And so I had a few ideas. One of them is right here, so you can go ahead. This was done in Python. It's a dissolved oxygen temperature profile with depth. And as you can see, the dissolved oxygen decreases with depth, and the temperature decreases as well. And there's this crisscross that occurs. And so they're kind of related to each other and important to see both the temperature and dissolved oxygen. And then this is a time series with temperature and dissolved oxygen, and it's throughout the month of May to June. And in the beginning of May, you can see that the temperatures haven't, the summer hasn't really started, and the temperatures are a little lower, but there's this crisscross that occurs in the beginning of June, and the temperature goes higher and the dissolved oxygen goes lower, and that's where you can see that squeeze that occurs with the red on top of the blue. So those are 2 ways that the hypoxia data could be analyzed, and there's many other ways. And so this is just for a specific depth. So like we said, it's an array, so there's many sensors, and this is just for the 1 meter depth, and then the last profile was just for a specific day and time. So there's a lot of different avenues you can go down. So
quick comment?
Yeah.
All right.
So for the education side, I decided to make an infographic. Those graphs are really important, and the average student can definitely understand what's going on. But I thought that this would have more of a lasting impression in terms of curriculum if they were to be able to see something that's kind of consolidated in like one page. And so I kind of introduced the arrays and talked about the where, what, why, how, and I kind of made it more like aesthetically pleasing with fish talking and such. And so that has been put in the chat, so you can keep scrolling if you like to on Zoom. And so, yeah, I'm just, this would kind of supplement the data that is already being put out there by the arrays, the raw data, and this would be something that someone who needs a different way of looking at information and science could see it and maybe learn a little bit more about their community. That's why I added the map, and maybe they could say, oh, those buoys are close to my house, or something that would make it more personal to a student looking at this in Maryland. So.
Next presentation?
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, I definitely think this helped me look at other different communities and demographics and see how I could better communicate scientific information to them, because I am a very technical person. I have a physics degree, and everything I've dealt with in the past has been theoretical, or I'm just given data and I don't really know where it's coming from or the importance to environment or scientific communities and stuff like that. So I think that's really important to make infographics and things that are more accessible to other different groups of people. There are a lot of moving parts to data collection analysis, like I was able to see through fieldwork, and everything costs money. The Adobe Illustrator, which is what I use to make infographic, that costs money. And for example, I wanted to make an animation, and Python is free and open source, but it couldn't do the animating that I wanted it to, and so I was constantly using Python for that. But I realized that there are other animator or tools out there that I could use, but they all cost money. So the importance of funding and making sure you're educating people so you do get that funding is something that people definitely need to focus on. So, and yeah, so I think my competency that I improved was civic responsibility. I have a responsibility to educate other people and other communities about what's going on in their environment. And I guess as I go on to my PhD, I think that, again, I'll be doing something that's very technical and very numbers related. And so maybe communicating that an infographic could be helpful to educate on what I will be doing. I'm just going to use this example as an idea for future scientific research that I do.
All right, awesome. Thank you, Katie. So questions, feel free again to put them in the chat or around the room. If there's any.
I know you're a physicist, but the connection between nutrients that come from land to create the so-called dead zone, did you make that connection in your infographics? Or
Yeah, I talked about dead zones in here. We kind of tried to stay away from the causes of hypoxia, just so that the buoy itself could be the array itself could be the main focus on the infographic. But it was definitely talked about making more infographics about why hypoxia exists and what's causing it, as well as other things involving dead zones.
Thanks.
Yeah, and this array was deployed on May 16th, so this is really a pilot, and we didn't have much to go on in the beginning, so it was a little cutting edge work. We're still learning.
Yeah.
Did you ever get fouling so bad that the data degraded, or were you able to maintain high quality data throughout the summer?
With the QC stuff, I think it was, yeah.
Because you cleaned
They
it.
would know more than
You cleaned
me,
it.
yeah.
You cleaned it often.
It's a learning process.
Well, I think one of the cool things is how do we communicate about this cool new tool that might be in the Chesapeake in multiple places at some point. And so from this work, any advice that you have for us to be able to based on this, so when this array is fully built out, for being able to share that data with people in a way that they can access it.
Yes, hopefully that'll be implemented.
Is there any key things like visualizations that you think worked really well, or definitely look? Yeah.
The squeeze that I was talking about, I like that. The color difference and showing the fish and stress and sweating.
Are they sweating in the picture?
In my
Yeah, it's awesome.
I missed that. I'm not fine.
This is Adobe Illustrator is really hard to use, so I'm glad I got to see it. Use it in the future.
Yeah.
Did you draw the fish?
No, they're cited on there.
Okay.
I just.
Okay.